the first thing they're going to do is take a look. Now, sure, they're going to listen, but then they're going to take a look. Now, certainly we learn to evaluate people by more than what we see, but at first we're going to take a look. Let me quote you an ancient phrase. It says, people look on the outside, God looks on the inside. Isn't that excellent information? That's excellent information. So that might mean work on the inside for God, work on the outside for people. You say, well, people shouldn't judge you by your appearance. Well, let me give you a clue. They do. They do. You can't deal in shoulds and shouldn'ts. You got to deal in realities. Now, when people get to know you, they'll judge you by more than what they see, but at first, it's all they got to go by is what they see and what they hear. Now, sure, there's more to come, but at first, you got to pass the show up test, the challenge to be somebody. Let me just give you a brief list. Be somebody wise. There's no substitute for smart. Threats don't make up for smart. Right? Volume and shouting doesn't make up for smart. There's no substitute for smart. Be somebody strong. Strength is attractive. And there are many ways to be strong. Decision-making, character, language, right? As well as vitality and health. There's a lot of strengths, and they're all attractive. But let me give you now the refinement of leadership skills. Here it is. Learn to be strong but not rude. This is refinement. These are the extra steps to become a powerful, capable leader with wide range of reach. Some people mistake rudeness for strength. It's not even a good substitute. Next, be kind but not weak. We must not mistake weakness for kindness. Because kindness isn't weak. Kindness is a certain kind of strength. We must be kind enough to tell somebody the truth. We must be kind enough and considerate enough to lay it on the line. We must be kind enough to tell it like it is and not deal in delusions. That's a sense of kindness. Not weakness, but kindness. Next, learn to be bold, but not a bully. It does take boldness to win the day, to become a leader. You got to stride out front. You got to be willing to take first arrows. You got to be willing to take first problem, first trouble, leading the way. You must boldly seize the spring. Farming is not an easy task. You must press the seeds into the soil. I think all of us would relate farming to hard work. It's hard work. Planting the seed, letting it grow, defending it against all of the encroachments of bugs and weeds. We call it not an easy task, but that's one of the best illustrations I know of life. If you want any value at all come harvest, you gotta press, you gotta be bold, you got to seize it. The high life is not for the timid and the shy. Here's the next one. Be humble but not timid. Some people mistake timidity for humility. But humility is a virtue. Timidity is a disease. It's a malady. It's an affliction. Now it can be cured, but it is a problem. But humility is a almost godlike word, a sense of awe, a sense of wonder, a sense of dimension, a sense of understanding the distance in worth and value, an awareness of the human soul, the spirit, something unique about the human drama versus the rest of life. Humility is a grasp of the distance between us and the stars, and yet having the feeling that we're part of the stars. Next, be thoughtful but not lazy. It's okay to dream, but we must not just become a dreamer. Here's a good refinement. Be proud but not arrogant. It takes pride to win the day. It takes pride in company, philosophy, opportunity. It takes pride in community, school. It takes pride in group, organization. It takes pride in cause and accomplishment. But the key is to be proud without being arrogant. Do you know the worst kind of arrogance? Arrogance from ignorance. It's hardly tolerable, right? Next, deal in realities. Deal in truth. Save yourself the agony. Just accept it like it is. Life is fairly unique. Accept it as unique. Now, best to call it unique. Some people call it tragic, but it's best to call it unique. The black widow spider eats her mate after he's finished his noble task. Now, some people would call that awful. I think it's more important to call it unique. The whole drama of life is unique. Here's some stuff that saved me a lot of agony and a lot of anguish and a lot of sleepless nights I used to go through and pulling my hair and wondering. I gave up on all that when I finally understood the 80-20 rule. Let me give some good clues on the 80-20 rule. As a leader, as a manager, being able to influence other people in this 80-20 group, here are some clues. Learn to spend 80% of your time as a leader with the 20%. For maximum efficiency and productivity, this is part of the key. Since it's going to be 80-20, and there's plenty of examples to show that it's 80-20, not exactly, but fairly close. Ask the minister of the church who picks up the tab here, and he'll say, probably, 20% of the people pick up 80% of the tab. I mean, this is called one of those things, okay? So what do? Well, you learn to work with it and not try to solve it. It's like trying to solve the seasons. You don't solve the seasons, you learn to work with the seasons. They're all set. And some of these things by history are all set. The key is to learn to work with the way it is set. So part of the key of leadership is learning to spend 80% of your time with the 20% because they're doing the 80%. We would call that good leadership sense. Now you say, well, how do you do that? Let me give you part of the answer in how to do that. Here it is. Spend individual time with the 20% and group time with the 80%. This is part of the answer to leadership skills. However, guess who wants your individual time? The wrong group. But that's what life's all about, right? Accepting this challenge. So now you've got to be what we call clever. And you've got to be, another key word, diplomatic. Diplomacy and strategy are two key words for leadership to understand. Diplomacy and strategy. Here's part of the diplomacy. Mary comes and says, I've got a question. You say, Mary, bring your question Saturday morning. I'm going to meet with everybody and I'll cover it then. She says, okay. Now, it might not be that easy. But if you start trying to put this in perspective now, groups, you can deal with the 80% by groups and you can talk to the 20% individual. Now, the pull is in the opposite direction, and it always is. Now somebody says, well, I'll just fire the 80%. They're only doing 20% of the business. Well, I wouldn't fool with that. Because after you've fired the 80%, before too long, whoever is left, 20% of them will be doing 80% of the business, and 80% will be doing 20%. All right, this is not something you fire. This is something you learn to work with. The 80-20 rule, very important rule. The next subject is called the law of averages. So important to understand the law of averages. The law of averages in a personal sense is very simple. Here's what it says. If you do something often enough, you'll get a ratio of results. It's important for leaders to understand ratios. Because if you're working with people, you got to have some charts. You got to know ratios. You got to be able to evaluate your own performance, their performance. Ratios. What do we mean by ratios? Well, let's say you're in sales, you join a company and you start representing the product or the service. And you're first getting started, you talk to 10 people. 9 say, no, I wouldn't care for any. 1 says, yes, I'll take some. We call this your opening ratio. You say, well, that's not too good a ratio. Well, it all depends. Okay? But it's your opening ratio. So at first, you don't worry about what the numbers are. At first, you just get some activity going. Now, we call this very simply 1 out of 10. Now, here's what's very exciting about dealing in ratios. Once a ratio starts, it tends to continue. Now, this is some things leadership needs to know so that you're not frustrated. If you talk to 10 people, 1 says yes. If you talk to 10 more, chances excellent, you'll get another one. If you talk to 10 more, chances excellent, you'll get another one. It's uncanny. I don't even know how it works. All I know is it works. There's a lot of things you don't need to know how they work. Just work them. Right? A lot of people are studying the roots. Others are gathering the fruit. I mean, it depends on what end of this you want to get in on. It just works. It's a fascinating subject, the law of averages. Okay? Now, once you know that your ratio pretty well is in there, 1 out of 10, now you can start to compete. It is so important to compete, to test your skill against someone else's skill. What someone else can do is a pretty good insight in if you stretch what you might be able to do. So competition is a very healthy thing. Now, you've got to be very smart here. If you've been with this company, let's say, a long time, and you've been there so long, you're so good, you can get 9 out of 10, and I just joined and I can only get 1 out of 10, if we have a 30-day contest as to who can get the most to say yes to our product or service, if we have a 30-day contest, you and me, even though I can only get 1 out of 10, I will win. You say, well, I've been here a long time. I can get 9 out of 10. How could you possibly beat me? It would be very simple. Now, it might not be easy, but it would be very simple. During the 30 days, since I understand now these ratios, during the month, while you talk to 10 and get 9, I will talk to 100 and get 10. So that at the end of 30 days, you got 9, I got 10, I beat you. Isn't that clever? Let me give you a scenario here. If you're bright, what you do if you're new, you make up in numbers what you lack in skill. This is called helping people with the numbers, helping people with ratios. Someone says, well, I can only get 1 out of 10. Say, that's got nothing to do with competition. The key is to be bright enough to understand ratios. Here's the next clue. Ratios can be increased. You talk to 10, get 1, talk to 10, get 1, talk to 10, get 1, talk to 10 more, get 2. Why would about the 4th time you talk to 10, you get 2 instead of 1? You're getting better. Key question, who can get better? Answer, anybody who tries. All you got to do is put together the numbers, right? Your brain is as good as anybody else's. Your chances are as good. All you got to do is find a way to put out the extraordinary effort to do an ordinary thing extremely well. Ratios. Success is a numbers game. It's important to keep track of your numbers. In baseball, we call it batting average. Whatever you're doing, the key is to keep track of your success and how good you are at whatever. Someone says, well, I'm not very good on the telephone. I'll tell you how you can quickly cure all that, is get on the telephone. I'm telling you, you can get better at anything. All you've got to do is attempt it and try it and start putting a string of numbers together and keeping track and understand your own ratios. I teach a very simple sales course. Let me give it to you in 3 points. Number 1, talk to lots of people every day. It's a simple sales course. Number 1, talk to lots of people. Isn't that simple? It's a numbers game, especially if you're new. And here's what's exciting. There's lots of people. You don't have to worry about people. So just talk to lots of people, even if your presentation is very poor. If you put the numbers together, I'm telling you, something will happen. If your presentation was so poor, you went around every day saying to everybody you could meet, you wouldn't want to buy anything, would you? Sure enough, somebody's going to say, well, maybe I would. What are you selling? I'm telling you, it's just about that simple. If you put the numbers together, if you talk to lots of people every day, 2 things will happen. Number 1, you're bound to make sales. And the reason is understanding the numbers. The numbers, you don't have to be so cleverly skillful. All you got to do is be bright enough to understand that numbers can make up for lack of skill to begin with. And if you're in a leadership position to help people, help them with their ratios. Say, John, let's go over these numbers one more time. How many calls? Who did you talk to? Okay. So that's my sales form. It's very simple. Number 1, talk to lots of people every day. You're bound to get better. You're bound to find somebody. Number 2, be real nice. When the weather isn't, be real nice when people aren't. A big part of presentation is attitude, personality. And 3rd is simple, give good service. Write all the notes most people don't write. Do all the extra things most people don't do. Call them before they call you. Service leads to multiple sales. If you'll take good care of somebody, they'll open doors you could never open yourself. They'll take you by the hand and share you with people that you never thought you could reach. There's a unique story in the Bible. It's called the parable of the story of the sower. S-O-W-E-R. The sower in the ancient days was the person that planted the crops. Very simply, they got the ground ready, and the sower with a bag of seed would walk across the ground, sow the seed. That's how they got the crops going. And it's a very fascinating story, and it's got a lot to say, and it's got a lot to say about our subject called the law of averages. There's some important points you'll pick up right away when you read the story. Here's number 1. The sower was a wise man. A great advantage. They didn't send a dummy out to plant. Number 2, he was very ambitious. And by the time you finish the story, you'll come to the conclusion he was ambitious. Admirable quality, ambition. One writer said, I've learned to be both ambitious and content. That's a unique place to finally arrive, to be both ambitious and content. But this story says the sower was very ambitious. Nothing wrong with ambition, as long as you work the right formula. The sower was bright, and he was also ambitious. Number 3, he went to work. It takes activity to furnish the labor that brings new life. Ideas without labor are stillborn. They never become tangible. They never become real. You got to put yourself through the activity, through the labor. So when you read the story, you'll find this was a hardworking sower. We call that admirable quality. Now, some interesting things that happened to the sower. It said he had excellent seed, point 4. He had the best. At least the scenario of the story says he had the best of seed. Boy, it's exciting when you feel that you're involved in the best product, the best service, the best idea, the best enterprise, something you feel proud about. Now, with all of these qualities, he starts out and now starts to unfold the scenario of life called the law of averages. Here's what happened. The sower goes out to sow the seed, and the first part of the seed that he sows falls by the wayside, and the birds get it. Now, I want you to understand the scenario. Here's what's very important for leaders to engage in: to teach the inevitable. It's very important to teach the inevitable. Key for leadership. Leaders must understand birds. Why? Birds are going to get part of the seed. It's called inevitable. And if you don't teach inevitability, people will be all upset. They won't know what to expect. We must all be prepared for what we call eventualities, the inevitable. So here's part of the scenario. The sower goes out to sow the seed, and the birds get some. He sows some more seed, and the birds get it. Now, this is a typical story of life. Is that fairly typical? Fairly typical. The birds are going to get some of the seed. Some of you building an organization, right? You're out recruiting. Say, John, I've got an important story for you to listen to. Could be the change of your life, earn some extra money, or make it a full-time venture, whatever. But come and take a look. And he says, well, yeah, I think I'm ready for something like that. Thursday night, I'll see you, and let's go through it all. You say, wonderful. Comes Thursday night. John isn't there. You say, where is John? The birds. The birds. Who knows what form they come in? I don't know. It's called the inevitable. The inevitable. His brother-in-law said, sales. You're not going to get mixed up in sales. Who told you you were a salesman? All kinds of stuff that talk people out of a good idea. I don't know. Now, when the birds get some of the seed, you got one of a couple of choices. Number 1, you can chase birds. You say, well, I'll go straighten this out. Well, here's the problem if you go try chasing birds to straighten things out. You have now left the field. And the law of averages isn't going to work for you anymore till you get back to the field. This is so important to know. What to spend your time on and what not to waste your time on. The best thing to do is to spend your energy and time on the things that count and understand the law of averages. Okay? And not chase the birds, but to stay in the field. Here's what it said the wise man did. He ignored the birds, and he kept on sowing. Why? He was so bright, he understood the law of averages. Now, here was some more of his experiences. Now he keeps on sowing the seed. Now the seed falls on rocky ground, and the soil was shallow. We call this inevitable. I don't know how to miss this. This is called the stuff of life. It's so important to understand the seasons and the stuff of life and the ratios and the inevitables. This is so important, especially as a leader, so that you can help people through understanding how it is. And it said this time the seed takes root and the little plant starts to grow, but the soil is so shallow that the first hot day, the little plants wither and die. You say, wow, what a disappointment. Well, sure, you're going to be disappointed. Some people are going to try so little, even if you've got a good idea. 30 days later, you say, we had this meeting, John wasn't here. So where is John? Said, I don't know. You say, well, I thought sure John had last 30 days. But he didn't. Why? It's called inevitable. And who knows the reason why? John isn't here anymore. Somebody said boo. And he quit. He quit. First hot day. Now you're going to be disappointed, especially if it's somebody you like, somebody you know. But here's what you must learn to do as a leader. Discipline your disappointment. This is part of the challenge of life, disciplining the disappointment. Understanding the law of averages. Now here's what it said the wise man did. He kept on sowing. How brilliant. He was so well schooled in the law of averages. Now this time he sows the seed, it falls on thorny ground, and the little plant starts to grow, but the thorns choke it to death and it dies. Wow, what's this called? The inevitable. Do you know what the story called the thorns? The cares of life, little cares. Who knows the excuses some people use for not pushing on through and getting the job done? It's called inevitable. Some people are going to try so little. They're going to let other things crowd out the good opportunities. And who knows why? I don't know why. I'm an amateur on this stuff. The key is to take the inevitable and take the obvious, right? Everybody should take obvious 1, obvious 2. Right? Study the obvious and not let it unduly disturb you, and learn to manage the obvious so you can get on with the more important things in life. I called John up. I said, John, where were you last night? We had this meeting. John says, well, I can't make every meeting. I say, why not? John says, well, I got a lot of other things I got to do. I say, what are they? You won't believe the list John gave me. The backyard fence was sagging and the dogs were about to get loose. You just can't let your dogs run loose. I say, okay, John. John says, the screen door came off the hinges. And you just can't let things fall apart. You got to take time, keep things fixed up. I said, okay, John. Some extra trash piled up in the garage. You just can't let mountains of trash take over. You got to take care of your trash. I said, okay, John. Some people have the incredible ability to major in minor things. I don't know why. We call this inevitable. We call it a mystery. It's part of the scenario of life. The scenario of the story of the sower is to prepare us for the inevitable called the law of averages. Now here's what it says. The sower kept on sowing. He was so bright, evidently he'd been schooled in these numbers of about how many you're going to let the birds, and about how many the hot weather's going to take, and about how many you're going to let little things cheat him out of big chances. He must have gone through the school because he understood. He kept on sowing. Now here's what it says. The seed falls on good ground. Let me give you a promise as a leader. It always will. Key phrase. If you share a good idea often enough, it'll fall on good people. Why? The law of averages. Now, even the good ground had a variety of productivity. It said part of the good ground produced 30%. Wow. And it said part of the good ground produced 60%. Terrific. And it said part of the good ground produced 100%. What's that called? The law of averages. That's the way it is. It's called one of those things. Now, can you find some 100%ers? The answer is yes, but you got to go through the birds and the hot weather and the thorns and cares. And you've got to find some way to use the 30%ers and the 60%ers. And if you become entrusted as a skillful leader and learn the law of averages and learn how to deal with all this, you'll have some 100%ers to deal with, to work with. Leaders must understand the fact that there is both good and evil. It's part of the life scenario to understand good and evil. And however you wish to describe good and however you wish to frame your ideology of evil, there are a lot of ways to put it. For some people, evil is too strong a word. I don't know. This is part of your own philosophical conclusions that you have to come to in trying to evaluate this earthly struggle. Evil, good, tyranny, liberty, sickness, health, winning, losing, life, death, opportunity, tragedy. It's part of the life scenario. And all good leaders must understand this clash, this scenario, however you wish to describe it, whatever terms you wish to call it. We must understand it. Now, here's part of the understanding. Some people have sold out to the evil side for whatever reason. You don't have to spend much time with why. All you have to do is spend time with who. I went to my 30th year class reunion a few years ago. Little small village, right, I grew up in. There was only about 150 in the graduating class. And after 30 years, almost half of the graduating class was at the reunion, which was pretty good. We had a 2-day celebration. I'm master of ceremonies. On the second day, we had a little moment to remember those who had deceased. I think there were 8. And I knew them all, so I gave a little scenario, a little story about each one. And then we took time, just a little moment of silence to remember, because some of them were very, very unique human beings, but they were gone. I thought later, 8 out of 150 after 30 years. Is that about average? Guess what I discovered? It's about average. So after 30 years out of 150, it's not will 8 be missing, it is only who will be missing. So in part of the scenario of understanding leadership, the key is to not be surprised when the inevitable occurs. Because if you become too surprised, we will call you naive. And it's very sobering as to why some have chosen to give themselves over to evil, and we call it simply one of those things. But the key to leadership is to understand, and the key to leadership is to also be alert and be bright enough to spot it and to see it. All good leaders must understand the story of the frog and the scorpion. It's one of the most important stories for a leader to understand. According to the story of the frog and the scorpion, the story scenario says the frog and the scorpion appeared on the bank of a river about the same time, and the frog was about to jump in the river and swim to the other side. And along comes the scorpion, and he sees what's about to happen, and he engages the frog in conversation, and the scorpion says to the frog, "Mr. Frog, I see that you're about to jump in the river and swim to the other side." And the frog said to the scorpion, "That is correct." And the scorpion said, Hey, hold it. I would like to get to the other side, but unfortunately I'm a scorpion and I can't swim. Would you be so kind as to let me hop on your back and you swim across the river and deposit me on the other side? I would be grateful. And the frog looked at the scorpion and said, "No way." The frog said, "You're a scorpion, and scorpions sting frogs and kill them." He said, "I'd get out there halfway with you on my back and you'd sting me, and I'd die. You think I'm crazy? No way." The scorpion said, Hey, hold it. With your frog brain, you're not thinking. If I was to sting you out there halfway, sure, you'd die and drown, but so would I, since I'm a scorpion and I can't swim. That'd be kind of foolish. So I'm not about to do that. I just want to get to the other side. The frog thought over that reasoning and said, "That makes sense, hop on." And according to the story, the scorpion hops on the frog's back. They start across the river. And sure enough, halfway across the river, the scorpion stings the frog. The frog cannot believe what happened. And he said to the scorpion, "Why did you do that? I'm about to die and drown, but so are you. Why would you do that?" And the scorpion said, "Because I am a scorpion." So all leaders must understand the story of the frog and the scorpion. There are shepherds, and there are sheep, and there are wolves. And wise leaders must understand some wolves are so clever, they've learned to dress up like sheep. But do not miss the story of the full drama of life called good and evil. It's part of the test of leadership skill. Awareness, sensitivity, understanding, knowing the scenario, and being on the alert for what is called the inevitable. The Let me give you now, just in sort of quick succession, some studies that leaders should engage in. Let me just give you the list. We won't expand on this, but I'm sure you can expand on it in your own good time and in your own good way. But let me give you this list of studies leaders should engage in. Number one, the study of possibility. Possibility. It's so important for leaders to play the what-if game. What if we had enough people? What if we had refined people? What if we had leaders? What if we had a good team? What if we went to the market? What if we accomplished our goal? What could we accomplish? What are the dimensions? What's the size? What's the promise? We call it the what-if game. Possibilities are all around us. We must all be students of possibility. It's not a bad subject for study, possibilities. Number two is opportunity. Leaders must always be conscious and aware of the expanded potential for opportunity. And sometimes opportunity is closer than you think. The next subject of study is ability. Leaders must be good students of ability, their ability, and the people that are in their charge, their influence, their ability. Sometimes it's easy to have somebody right close to you and you've never discovered all of their talent and their potential. I discovered a young man in Canada, Harold Dyke, many years ago. He worked for the railroad. I think he was making about $300 a month. He'd been there 10 years. Now, this was a long time ago. But I discovered him. He became a good friend of mine. And I recruited him. And he joined my company, joined my business. The second year he was with me, he made $45,000. And now he's a leader in the community, and he's gifted and skillful, and he's financially independent, and he's a unique gentleman. Now, the railroad had him for 10 years. They didn't have this in-depth survey of trying to find the people that are right close around who may have some unusual gifts and capacities that nobody has yet discovered. So leaders must be students of ability and find ways to uncover somebody's unusual ability that may have been there for a while. And you've just got to find a way to uncover all of that. Part of the key to leadership. Subject number 4, inevitability. All of us should be students of inevitability. Without kidding myself, if I keep up my current daily practices, where will it take me in 10 years without being disillusioned? I don't want to just cross my fingers and walk the wrong road. I've got to learn to look into the future called inevitable. Inevitability is being 200 feet from Niagara Falls in a little boat with no motor and no oars. It's called, it's over. Now, the key to that tragic story and scenario is, what a tragic place to find yourself. If somebody would have painted you this scene when you were still upstream and painted the roar of the falls in your mind and would show you what a tragic place it is, you might not have drifted this far into what we call now the inevitable. We've got to help people by painting the roar of the falls long before they get 200 feet in a little boat with no motor and no oars. You say, well, the roar of the falls is a long ways off. Yes, but the people that are around you are drifting. And by perception, you've got to see it. And you've got to level, and you've got to speak the truth so that you can give them alternate choices while there are still alternate choices. It's called the gift of leadership, helping people in life change, career change, helping people in thinking change, helping people with attitude change, to paint the inevitable. It's a key to leadership. Number 5, an important subject for leaders to study is called rationality. Being able to rightly conclude based on information. A rational, sensible course. I've got a good clue for you. Make sure what you do is the product of your own conclusion. Take advice but not orders. Let everybody around you be helpful, but then put that through your own mental computer and make sure what you do is the product of what you've concluded based on all the input. We call this a true sense of leadership, developing rationality based on all the input. These are not easy tasks, but they're tasks that are possible. This is called walking the summit of leadership skills. And most people don't want to engage in these extra disciplines, but I'm here to promise you that the treasure and the equity is so unique that what small price is paid in these early disciplines is small compared to the treasure that accumulates as the days unfold, both for your heart and your mind and your purse. To finish, let me give you some challenges. In wrapping all of this up, I've got some good challenges for you to consider. Here's the first one. Let other people lead small lives, but not you. In the challenge of leadership and stepping up to the responsibility and the opportunity to touch somebody else's life, let everybody else lead the small lives, but not you. Let everybody else cry over small hurts, but not you. Let everybody else argue over non-essentials, but not you. Deal in things that matter. The larger challenge, the larger opportunity. Here's my next challenge. As leaders, let's learn to help people not just with their jobs, but with their lives. I think we have a twofold responsibility to help people with job skills. But I think the greater responsibility is to help people with life skills. Let's don't just teach people how to work. Let's teach people how to live. How to assimilate and accumulate. Far greater treasures than just a paycheck. The treasures of awareness, understanding, setting goals, reaching into the future, growing, changing, expanding. If we'll touch people's lives as well as their skills, if they stay with us a week or a month or a year or a lifetime, on whatever occasion they should choose to leave, you want them to leave by saying, my experience there was the greatest experience of my life. And it wasn't just what I earned, it was what I learned. And last, I have an ancient scenario to give you. It comes from the Bible, and here's what it says. If you work on your gifts, they will make room for you. If you practice your gifts will make a place for you. A place of leadership, a place of influence, a place to touch someone else, to make a mark, to further an enterprise, to build a dream. Someday, if you work on your gifts, we will call you noble. We may give you rewards you cannot even now imagine. Plaques to hang on your wall, trophies to remember, but most of all, the gift of knowing yourself, that you did the best you could with what you had, the expansion of your mind and your heart and your soul and your touch and your reach and all the gifts that you possess. Your gifts, if you work on them, will make a room for you. And I've got to be one of the better examples of that. Look where my gifts have brought me. I was raised in obscurity, a little small village in Idaho. I now get to travel around the world. My gifts have brought me to this room. And what an experience it is for me to have a chance to touch you. One of the most challenging experiences in life is seeing what you can do to help someone else. And one of the greatest thrills in life is to be able to invest life into life. And you've given me that opportunity tonight, and I want to thank you for that.
Thank you for joining us for another power-packed message from Dr. Miles Monroe, provided by Monroe Global Incorporated and MonroeGlobal.com. We transform followers into leaders and leaders into agents of change. We hope that this message is a blessing to you as you advance your life and discover your purpose. Now, let's go into the message.
Keys to becoming a leader. Keys to becoming a leader. This is for housewives, students, mechanics, clerks. This session is for nursery workers, for politicians. It's for kings. This session is for secretaries. It's for masons and carpenters. How to become a leader. Leadership is very, very complicated because it is subtle. Most of the people who we call leaders are really not leaders. The problem is, if you don't know what something looks like, you can't tell it when you see it. I just said something important. In other words, if you don't know what a leader is supposed to be and look like, you can never ascertain when you saw one. So your definition and your concept of leadership is part of the problem of why we cannot find true leaders. And so this is why I use the term true leadership. If you read all of my books on leadership, you will find this term in the book. I never used the word leadership. I used the word true leadership because 90% of the leaders you call leaders are not true leaders. These are normally people who are professional manipulators. They wield power. They threaten people. They have the element of force. They can force things that go their way. They have an oppressive spirit where they withhold from you in order to manipulate you things that you want. They have the capacity to tantalize your sheepish emotions with their words.
Yeah.
And you call them leaders. True leadership is usually completely opposite to each of those elements. And we're going to talk about that today. I want to begin with a few comments about leadership as to what true leadership is. First, make a note of this. True leadership is not about control. It's about service. Secondly, true leadership is not about power. It's about empowerment. Most followers would say about their leader, that's a powerful person. Well, you just exposed the fact that they are not a true leader. A true leader will have followers who say the opposite. That person empowered me. That's a true leader. That person made me great. That's a true leader. But we normally say the opposite. Oh, he's a powerful preacher. Well, did he make you one?
Come on now.
That's the question. Number three, leadership is not about manipulation. It's about inspiration. Inspiring people is the highest form of true leadership. True leaders don't manipulate. They inspire people. Number four, leadership is really not about people. It's about purpose. I will explain all of these in this session. In other words, true leadership is not about trying to find people to follow you. True leadership is discovering a purpose that you commit to pursue. So leadership has more to do with you pursuing something than you pursuing people to follow you. True leaders, therefore, do not seek followers. And number five, true leadership is about becoming more than doing. You know, most people that we call leaders, we describe them as doing great things. But a true leader is more about a person becoming something they discovered about themselves. They are becoming it. And in the process of becoming themselves, they inspire other people. That inspiration is what influences the people, and they submit to the leader's vision. And so these are introductory thoughts about leadership. I want to talk a little bit about the kind of leadership that's destroying our world. And I'm going to repeat this every time I speak because these thoughts are so important. Number one, politics without principles. This kind of leadership is destroying our countries. Politics without principles. I wish I could just come here and spend a whole day on this one statement. Because this one statement summarizes most of the failure in our political arena than any other component. Politics without what? Principles. I'm going to step on a limb here, but I think it might be helpful to you. You are about to enter a period of elections. And out of 360 million people, you've come down to 2 people to choose to lead you. When I study these 2 characters, I am sorry for your country. Out of 360 million people, you couldn't find better qualities of leadership. One of my major concerns about the present leadership is this statement, number 1. That's your problem. Politics without principles. And this is what you have to deal with right now. I don't know if you are a kingdom citizen. I am not sure how you have to vote. I am praying for you. It's tough. Because the defects that exist in both are so serious that you are hard pressed to decide between the 2. And that's because your culture, especially your political culture, does not lend itself to produce true leaders. Your culture produces deal makers. So you will compromise your principles to please some people. That's what you produce. Leaders who compromise their personal principles to please groups of people. Therefore, you are no longer a leader. You are automatically being led. This is your problem. The second leadership that will destroy us is pleasure without conscience. Third, wealth without work. This kind of system will destroy a community when people would prefer to gain wealth without effort. And this is why I have my concerns about things like lottery, gambling, because what you've developed is a culture of people who want something for nothing. You're destroying your country. The fourth component that will destroy a country is knowledge without character, rather. You know, a lot of smart people are using their knowledge to destroy. It seems as if the more intelligent we become, the more dangerous we become. People, for example, know the system so well that they can actually end up paying no taxes because they have knowledge you don't have. And therefore, they violate character. Number 5, business without morality. This is what has destroyed our global economy lately. What have destroyed us is a few businessmen in New York saw an opportunity to make some loans to people who couldn't pay it back. And they knew they couldn't pay it back. So they were immoral in business. The rest is history. The world is still trying to recover. And number 6, science without humanity. It's good to have scientific advancement, but when you do not regulate that with conscience and humanity, the science can destroy. You know, they developed a pill that can destroy a baby in the womb if you don't want the baby. The pill can actually dissolve the baby. It's made in France. That's science without humanity. And then the last one is worship without sacrifice. That will destroy us. Worship without sacrifice. Mahatma Gandhi made these statements, and I love what he says here. He says, if we pursue God without willing to sacrifice personal pleasure, we are destructive. I think we've seen this in our experience, especially in what you call religion. Great spiritual leaders who claim to worship God at the highest level, but they cannot keep their zipper up. They cannot sacrifice self-discipline. That's destroying us. We need to listen to this list every day. Listen to it. Let it talk to you. And then measure your leaders against it after you measure yourself against it. Leadership. Let's talk a little bit about politics. Here's a guy you all know well. Politics without principles. The kind of leaders we need. Well, let me begin by talking about politicians a little bit, because some of you are politicians. We don't need more politicians in leadership. We got enough of them. What we need is leadership in politicians. That statement sounds very simple, but it's not. I deal with politicians very often. Most of my work now is with political leaders all over the world. When I leave here tomorrow, I'm on my way to South Africa. I'm going to the Congo. I'm going to Zambia. I'm going to Zimbabwe. And all of my meetings with these countries is with the politicians. I'm going to be facilitating leadership training with leaders of countries. And I am amazed when I sit with these people in a room just like this. Sometimes it's 500 of them. They shut the government down. And I talk with them and I begin to teach on leadership. Some of them actually begin to weep in the session. Powerful men, women, they weep. Because when I'm halfway through my seminar, they realize they are not leaders. They are power-hungry people. Or they have defects like low self-esteem, suffering from poor self-concept and trying to compensate for it through power. Don't ever believe that a politician is a leader. Don't ever believe that. Because the system that we have produces politicians. It doesn't produce leaders. And so you can have a politician who knows nothing about leadership and he's leading you. What we need is more leadership in the politician, which is something that needs to be taught and trained in that person. As a result of this leadership empowerment conference, I am hoping that you will be qualified to go into politics in your local community, because your motivation will be correct. Here's another one to remember. Politicians are concerned about the next election. That's all they're interested in. That's why they cannot be leaders. But leaders are different. Leaders are concerned about the next generation. I want you to compare those two thoughts the next time you have a politician come to your house wanting to vie for your vote. Just ask him, what is your vision for my children? I will sit and listen for 20 minutes for you to tell me what it is. He will leave your house because he has no interest in your children's children. His concern is to stay in power, to keep the position, to win the next election. This is why they cannot lead. Because leading requires following your own convictions, not the popular interest. Right away, you cannot lead if you want to be re-elected. And that leads me to point number 5. True leaders focus on purpose, passion, principles, the interests of the people, and vision. When you are going to have a conversation with a politician, you should actually try this as a test. You, by the way, as a citizen of a community, you have a right to be seen by the mayor. Hope you know that. If you voted for a mayor, the mayor works for you. Therefore, you have a right to see him. You can make an appointment to see any public officer you voted for. Did you know that? That's your legal right. If he don't want to see you, you can take him to court. That's democracy. So I want you to make an appointment to go and see your mayor or go and see your governor and just sit and say, I want 30 minutes with you, sir. And ask him about that list right there. Sir, what is your purpose for being in leadership in this city? What is your purpose? The first question will make him very nervous. Second question, what is your passion for our community? He'll be wondering what you're talking about. What are you talking about? I just want to build roads and bridges and provide jobs. No. What is your passion? And then the third one is the most dangerous one. What are your principles of leadership? Things you won't violate. What are your standards that you have observed in your life that you will never break? These are the issues of true leadership. And this is why we need to question the leaders we have. And so I have a little thought here. I call it politics versus leadership. Let's talk about it for a second. Number 1, politicians focus on programs, not vision. Number 2, politicians' priority is securing the next election, not securing the next generation. Their focus is different. Number 3, politicians are preoccupied with promises, not purpose. So they make you promises, right? We'll provide jobs for you. That's a promise. We'll provide free education for your children. That's a promise. We will cut taxes. That's a promise. We will give free high school diplomas, and we will give free college tuition. Promises. They never talk about purpose. And purpose is the foundation of leadership. Number 4, politicians think of the next election all the time. Anytime you talk to them, they're thinking about how can I secure my seat. They will do anything you want them to do. This is why the fringe groups in your society are having such an effect. You got 10% of the population of your country making 80% of the laws because they probably got 90% of the resources. In other words, politics is for sale. It's not for leadership. What we need is statesmen, stateswomen. We don't need more politicians. A statesman is an interesting human. A statesman, think of the next generation. You know, I had an opportunity to speak to Ambassador Andrew Young yesterday. And we were chatting on the phone, and he and I have become good friends. As a matter of fact, I think he's planning to be here tonight to be with me. And it'd be good for you to hear him talk a little bit. But when you talk to a guy like this, he's a statesman. He thinks about the history all the time. He thinks about how the history affects the children that are unborn and whether they will appreciate what happened. That's a statesman. He thinks about heritage and destiny. Wow, that's a rare leader. By the way, this list can be applied to pastors because most pastors are politicians. I call them spiritual politicians. The list is the same. They are concerned about staying a pastor more than they are about making you the future pastor. They protect the pulpit from you. They actually lie on God by saying things like, don't touch God's anointed. I wonder what they mean by that. It's a ploy to threaten you. Don't touch me, even if I'm wrong. Always remember that King Saul was fired before he left the company. That's a deep statement. So we need help, don't we, in leadership right now. Everything I've said, I see you nodding your heads because you know someone right in your environment that lines up with those lists, right? Yeah, that tells you that you are a smart person. You already know something was wrong. I just told you what they are.
Yep, you did. Reveal it. Hallelujah.
Now, let me tell you why we got these kinds of leadership, these kind of leaders. I'm going to go back to history. This is a picture of Caesar. I put him in the background for a reason. The Roman Empire is the source of our modern day leadership. But the source of the Roman Empire's leadership was the Greeks. The Greeks were the ones who invented the word demokrata. Demokrata is the word we translate as democracy. That's a Greek idea. It was invented by great thinkers like Socrates and Plato and Aristotle. These were the great thinkers of the Greeks who formulated philosophies of leadership. They created philosophy of democracy. The Greeks, therefore, are known as the thinkers of history. They capsulized, summarized their thoughts and put them on paper. As a matter of fact, the Greek Empire was known for its library. They were the ones who wrote philosophy of life. And they were the ones who really built the idea of modern day democratic philosophy. It's Greek, not biblical, it's from the Greeks. When the Romans invaded Greece, the Romans shacked the whole place, but the Roman emperor told the soldiers, do not touch the library. The Romans kept the library. And the Roman leaders took the Greek library and they salvaged all the ideas of the Greeks. And they chose the parts that were appropriate for them. And the Romans used the Greek ideas of leadership to rule the empire. So you could say the Roman is a Greek in the head, but a fighter in the hand. He had Greek thinking, but Roman military might. Now, why is this important? Because the modern day countries of Europe, which colonized the Western world, which you are a product of, were all the Roman Empire. Europe, the word urupo is a word that the Romans invented to describe the areas that they controlled, from Africa all the way to England. The Romans controlled the whole world. And Caesar, the king, Caesar's a title, sons of the gods, the king ruled the whole world. And when the Roman Empire was destroyed, it was not destroyed by an army, because they were too powerful to be destroyed by an army. They were destroyed by their loins. Right here. The Roman Empire, they say, was defeated by immorality. They became so corrupt morally that they decayed from the inside. No army destroyed Rome. For example, out of 14 Caesars, 12 of them were homosexuals. And their favorite interest was boys. So when you study the morality of the greatest power in history, and by the way, to this day, no empire has ever risen greater than Rome. Rome was the most powerful nation in history, period, including the Bible, because they're the only ones that rule the whole world. No one has done it since. And they were never destroyed by military might. They were destroyed by immorality. They became so morally corrupt that you didn't even have to kill them. They self-destruct. Most great nations die the same way. You can't beat them militarily. They begin to decay from the inside. Their laws and their interests begin to be morally questionable. Could it be that the greatest nation on earth, the United States at the moment, is following the same path? You don't need to beat them with a nuclear weapon. Just let them decay from the inside. Immorality. So the Roman Empire fell apart. When it fell apart, it broke up into small kingdoms. The centurions and those who were parts of the Senate, they began to scramble for what was left. And they developed what they call the multi-kingdoms of Europe. So the kingdoms of Europe are actually the result of the breaking up of Rome. So they developed little kingdoms like Franco, Spanian. These are Roman kingdoms. Belgium, which is Belgium. Portugal. Anglo-Saxon. British. These are Roman kingdoms that break up. My point is, they are all Greek thinkers with Roman attitude. Now, if you notice, all of them developed the same interest in colonization. Read my books on the kingdom back there to get information on this. Very important to learn this to understand Jesus. Because Jesus Christ was born in the middle of the colonization process. He was actually a member of a colony of the Roman Empire. And you cannot understand the Bible until you understand colonization. So please make sure get those books, all of them on the kingdom. Otherwise, you will never know what you're supposed to be doing right now as a kingdom citizen. It has nothing to do with religion. So the Roman Empire falls apart. They develop these kingdoms: France, Spain, Belgium, Portugal, Britain. And what happens is they began to expand. They expanded through colonization. And so they became interested in the West. And Columbus left. Columbus was an Italian. He was from Rome. He was an Italian. He also was a Jew. Columbus wanted to do expedition, but the Roman government refused to finance him. So he went to Spain. And the king and queen of Spain decided, we like your idea because we want to expand our kingdom. So they financed his trip. And he had 3 ships. And they built them for him and financed him and everything. And he came west. And he landed in the Bahamas, in a little island called, he named it San Salvador. It still exists in my country. It's a beautiful country, little island. Beautiful beaches there. That's where he planted the first cross, because he came in the name of the Catholic Church, but in the name of the Spanish kingdom. And that's why most of the islands in the Caribbean have Spanish names, because he couldn't name them in the name of the Italian government, but they didn't finance the trip. So wherever he went, he had to claim it in the name of Spain. And this is why most of the countries in the Western world are Spanish-speaking countries. Mexico, Guatemala, Guadeloupe, you got Brazil, Colombia, you got Chile, you got Venezuela. I mean, most of this is Spanish, because they financed the first trip. He claimed the areas first, subdued all the natives, and then the French came and they did their part, and then the British came and did their part. And the Bahamas used to be actually a Spanish colony. The British fought the Spanish and won. That's why I speak English. I was supposed to be speaking Spanish. It depends on which kingdom took over. Right next to us, 5 minutes away, is Cuba. So they colonized the whole area. All of the Western, and the United States was actually first claimed by the Spanish. And then the Spanish was attacked by the British. You know the story. And they defeated the Spanish. And they claimed this continent, this part of the continent, the United States. But I'm trying to get to a point. Listen carefully, because I'm talking about leadership here. So they colonized these areas. And remember now, a kingdom expands because the glory of a kingdom is territory. Again, to understand the Bible, you have to understand that principle. Because God is a king. That's why he created the universe, to expand territory. Okay, so here he is. We got these leaders, they wanted these kings, all these are kings, they want to expand their territory, and they take over these areas, and they came to the Caribbean, came to Central America, South America, North America, and of course they're looking for wealth in the land. They're looking for gold, looking for diamonds. They weren't looking for oil at that time, because oil was not important to them. Wealth was land, agriculture. Why? They were an agricultural society, so those who had good land became powerful kings. So when they came to these areas, the Caribbean and South America, Central America, and this area called Americas, they realized they had a lot of land, and they tried to domesticate the local natives to work for them under force of arm, of course, and the natives couldn't handle it. Some of them ran, some of them fought. It became very difficult. And the Portuguese were the first ones to go to Africa, and they discovered more land. And then they found some strong people, they said. This is all in history. And they realized these people were stronger than the ones that were in the territory that they discovered. They could live longer, last longer. They were more sturdy. They could handle the sun. The Indians, the Aztecs, and all these folks, they couldn't handle the weight of pressure. And so they shipped these people over to work in the farms. We call them plantations. And they literally made them chattel, animals. Just like an ox. You are here to work. And so the slave trade became a reality. It was all economics. No slave was ever bought from African continent because of love. It was all economics. And it hasn't changed much. Okay, so we have now this problem of this trade route taking place. And you may ask, why did all of these kingdoms do it? All of them did it. The French did it, the Spanish did it, the Portuguese did it, the British did it. They traded in people. And they chose Africans because they were more durable. They actually used to breed people because, they were stronger. They'd breed. They would choose the strongest male and the strongest female and put them together and have sex to produce a stronger slave. That was the element of the day. And this is why we lost families, because they didn't care. If your husband was strong and you was weak, they take your husband away from you. They find a woman who was strong, your husband was weak, take her, put them together. And so the destruction of the family component, even psychologically, was a reality because of economics. To sell a strong slave made sense. You get more money for a stronger slave, whether it's a male or female. So this was the concept. Now, the question I want to ask you is, how could humans do this to humans? That's the question I want to deal with. Because these were leaders doing this. Well, I got the answer for you. Because here's what the Greeks believed that the Romans adopted that became the foundation of leadership for the kingdoms of Europe that created our countries today. The philosophy of the Greeks. Number one, they believe that leadership is a product of natural endowment. Now, those of you who studied philosophy would have read some of Plato's writings and Socrates' perceptions of men. You'd have read Aristotle's concept of the value of human. And you would find that these principles are in their philosophies. They believe that a person was earmarked to be a leader if they had certain natural endowments. That means if you didn't have these natural endowments, then you were born to be a slave. This is Greek thinking. Let me put it another way. Number two, they believe that leadership is a product of birth traits. You can study this on the internet. It's all there. The Greeks believed that if you had certain traits, you were automatically born to be the ruling class. And if you didn't have those traits, you were born to be the serving class. If you do some research, you'll discover that some of the traits are shocking. For example, the Greeks believed that if you had fair pigmentation, you were created to be a leader. Fair pigmentation. Well, that rules me out. They also believed that if you had thin lips, this is written in their doctrine, then you were designed to be a leader. So that rules me out. Then they said, if you had pointed noses, the gods chose you to be a leader. Well, I'm out twice. Then they said, if your hair was blonde and your eyes were blue, you are definitely designed to be the leader. Have mercy on me. Okay, this is not funny though. Think about it. This is what they believed. So you would understand why, when they went to Africa, the conclusion was the gods have blessed us today. We've got enough labor created by the gods to run our empires. And so the people became fuel for their machinery of their industries of agriculture. Now, I want you to understand, this was the philosophy of their leadership. This is very important. In other words, treating you like a non-human was not a matter of conscience. It was natural. You don't have the traits. So you were born to serve me. You were created by the Creator to be second class, to be my slave. You can't argue this. God chose you to be my servant. So the concept was, let me go to the third one. This is very important. This is also written in the Greek philosophy, is that leadership is the product of what? Providence, they said. Providence means the gods chose those who would be leaders, and the gods chose those who would be followers. So this is not a matter of who you think you are. It's a matter of what the gods chose you to be. Do you understand how deep this is? Yes. This is in the psyche of the post-European era, which is still not over. Let me explain how this works out practically. If you went to college, what's your name? John. Okay, John went to college and got a PhD in physics. I'm talking about nuclear physics. This guy is a brain, he's sharp. PhD in nuclear physics. The problem is, it doesn't matter. You are simply seen as a very smart slave. Because your pigmentation, your nose, your lips, your eyes, your hair is the problem. It doesn't matter. So they actually would tell their neighbor, I have a smart slave. In other words, educating you think changes you. It doesn't. It ain't the brain that makes you different. So the system, the culture, doesn't translate your PhD into being a superior human. It says you are simply a superior thinking slave. So it doesn't matter how much education you get. It doesn't matter how much accolades you put behind your name. It doesn't matter how much you achieve. In the Greek mind, in the Roman mind, which is the leadership that came over, you are still a slave. By providence. Do you know that they actually created a theology for this? Because every ideology needs a theology to make it legal. Can I say it again? Yes. Write it down. Every ideology needs a theology to make it legal. So you will find, even like in apartheid, apartheid had a theology created by the Dutch Reformed Church, which was based on Greek philosophy as well. Because remember, South Africa was taken over by Romans, Europeans. Hitler, if you all remember Hitler, Adolf Hitler was an interesting guy. Adolf Hitler said that he had a visitation from God. You ever read his Mein Kampf? He believed that God chose him to restore the Roman Empire. That's why he had a plan to take over Europe again. He says that he was chosen by God to establish what he called the Third Reich, the third reign of the Romans. And this is why, again, his concept of leadership, his philosophy made it easy for him to destroy people. Remember, you need blonde eyes, blonde hair, blue eyes, sharp nose. Okay. So when he looked at the Jews, for example, the Jews got dark hair, dark brown eyes or black eyes, olive skin. He said, they were designed, they are rats to our society, he says. They are sucking our blood. We must kill them. Why? These are not real humans. The gods have made them to be our slaves. So it was easy to kill 10 million slaves between Africa and Carolina in the water. 60 million died on the ships. I was in Ghana early in this year, and I went to one of the forts where they sold slaves. It's an amazing experience. You should go there. And on the wall was a statement written. It says, slaves left here and went to the Caribbean. So I probably found where my great-great-grandfather came from, one of the holes that they went through. I was in touch with my history for a few minutes. I wept. Here's my point. Where did you get your philosophy from determines how you lead people. The way you think about people determines how you lead them or destroy them. So the Greeks believed that the gods chose leaders and the gods chose followers. Let me give you a last one. They believe that leadership is a product of a word they invented called charisma. The Greek says leadership is a product of charismatic personality. They actually defined it, Plato defined it. He says charismatic personality is the gifts of the gods. And he defined some of the gifts like extrovert personality, talkativeness, communicative ability, auditory. Greeks. In other words, if you are open and flamboyant and you are extrovert and you like to talk and you like to communicate and you speak well, they says God's chose that one. So if you are quiet and subdued, you are automatically a slave. And then this is why you develop this idea. They actually told the slave something very important. They told the slave, look, you are to be seen but not heard. Now that statement may sound simple to you, but that was a philosophy. You are not saying, I'm supposed to talk. Only leaders talk. You cut wood, you pick cotton, you serve the food, and you ask if you don't exist. You're supposed to be like almost invisible. So they say you must be seen, but not heard. Now, here's the problem though. That thing has gone so deep into the spirit of the slave that the slave today still brings his children up by saying, be seen, but not heard. It's demonic, but you still do it to your children. So when I call you up right now to make a speech in 5 minutes, you're afraid to come. Why? You've been successfully subdued. You call it, I'm shy. You ain't shy. You've been trained to keep quiet.
Yes.
You teach.
And to be a leader, you must talk. You must share your ideas, communicate your vision. And that's why you're not a leader, because you're so proud to be shy. It's demonic. Being quiet is not a gift. So, it's leadership. You must do your work, but say nothing. You must be in and out without no one seeing you. This is Greek philosophy. So, the master who mastered you told his 4-year-old boy to stand up and recite something. You are 40 years old. He says you must keep quiet. He's 4 years old. He's telling him to talk. You 40. He's telling you to be quiet. Something's wrong with this equation. So the kid grows up by 6 years old. He is fluent in speech. And you're 40 years old. You're afraid to talk. Because the conditioning of the mind is different. See, sometimes you don't even know why you're the way you are. It comes from Greek philosophy that you live under still. This is probably why it's difficult for many people from the oppressive side of life to emerge as great leaders in industrial states, because they are dragging a heavy history and they're trying to get rid of it. And you want to be a leader with that weight. The problem is when you set one of those slaves free, He know he can't lead the master. So he turns on his own people. And he has to imitate the master. So he tells you, keep quiet.
Come on now.
Don't tell me what to do. You shut up. I'm in charge. What I say is always right. It's my way or the highway. This spirit is a mentality of a slave with a little bit of power. And so you end up abusing your own people because you are mentally sick from historical damage. And then you want a title. Listen, this is why you need a leadership seminar like this. First of all, to identify your problem. I'm not impressed by you telling me you are a bishop. It means nothing to me. Let me quote something from the Bible that's very important. Very important. It's found in the book of Ecclesiastes, I think it's chapter 11. Solomon says, woe to the land when a slave becomes king. Let me quote it again. This is in the Bible. Woe to the land when a slave becomes king. The word woe is the worst word in Hebrew. Jesus used it a few times. It's a curse word. It means damned you. It's a horrible word. Okay, let me quote it one more time. Damned is the people in the land when the person in charge thinks like a slave. Woe to the land when a slave becomes what? King. Let me tell you something. Putting a crown on a person's head doesn't change their mind. See, I really want you to think about yourself for a minute. The people you've been following. Are you just a bunch of sheep? Are these people free who are following you? Or are they parasites feeding on your fear? Propping up their own insecurity by your submission.
Jesus.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have come with anger in my heart because I was there.
Yeah.
It's a sad place to be. Lost and don't know it. Blind and thought you could see. We are victims of a leadership philosophy that is still controlling us today. So you go to work on Monday and you see the master in the department and your whole body becomes afraid. You are still sick. Then you see one of your fellow brethren and there's no fear. How come you have different responses to these two different images? Because you are still sick in your mind and you have a title. Please buy this CD. This is one you got to give your kids because you see, if you don't get this straight in your head, you are simply a well-dressed, highly educated, powerful, crowned slave.
Amen.
You say you believe the Bible, but you actually follow the Greeks. And this is why when a person becomes a pastor, for example, in a church, all of a sudden they think that they're better than the people.
Come on now.
Sometimes I listen to your pastors, there's people on TV, I say, that person is sick. The way they talk to the congregation tells me that this person is dangerous. It's a well-dressed slave with a crown. Where did you get your leadership philosophy from? You got it from the Greeks, because whoever colonized you convinced you. Jesus never said that anyone can set you free. You thought, for example, that people, like Nelson Mandela, Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King Jr. set you free. That's a lie. No human can set you free. Do you know what Jesus said? He said, you shall know. See, it ain't a person. I could come to this seminar and teach you for 3 days on how to influence people. 10 principles of leadership, 5 principles of organizational development, 10 principles of management, and you'll still walk out of here as a well-educated slave. That ain't your problem. Your problem is you are still blinded and overpressed by something you never even knew you had. That's why you got to go back in history and find out where it came from. Then you go back and root it up. The Greeks do not define Miles Monroe anymore. I am a dignified human, not because of my pigmentation, my nose, my eyes, my hair, or my lips. I am a dignified, quality, first class, powerful human because I was made in the image of the living God. And I wouldn't give you the right or the privilege to put value on me. You have no idea how much I'm worth. Mind your own business. And no one did that to me. I discovered the truth. You shall know the truth. And that's what I'm dealing with today. That's why you feel so deep inside right now. Some of y'all are weeping because, you see, I'm sick of people preaching at you these sermons. You don't need no sermon. You need a revelation of who you are.
Yes.
No one makes you a leader. You were born one. But you were smothered under a philosophy of followers and slaves. It's not just black people, it's white people, Asian people. I've been to countries where I see so many white people oppressed. When I first went to Poland, I wept. Same spirit of oppression. My wife and I went to Hong Kong, I wept. The Chinese. See, anyone that robs you of your value is demonic.
Amen. Oh, amen. Amen.
And that's why my books are in 60 languages now, in 112 countries, including Mandarin. And they're inviting me to come to these countries. They don't care about how I look. They said, what you saying is so true. We need it here in China. Because people don't set you free. The truth that you know sets you free. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you the original philosophy of leadership. Just the one that the Greeks didn't know about. It was written long before the Greeks became an empire. It's documented in the first book of Moses. First of all, the original philosophy of leadership believes that trapped in every follower is a hidden leader. That means, number 2, every human was created to lead and designed for dominion. That's a belief system. Number 3, leadership potential resides in every individual. Whether they discover it and use it is another issue, but it does reside there. Inside of you is an awesome leader. This is why, for example, whenever you give a a person who is oppressed an opportunity, they always excel. You know why? They were a constipated leader. You look at the Olympics, for example. You're like, wow, man, these little countries that have nothing, like the Bahamas. We beat America, remember? We whoop you all in the 4x4. Why? We ain't got no programs in the Bahamas. We ain't got no government scholarships. We ain't got no place to practice. We just constipated for 200 years. Tell us, give me a chance to run. I'll run you out of your place. See, some of y'all don't understand what's going on in the world. If you ever give an oppressed person a chance to release their potential, they're going to whoop you. Not because they're better, they're constipated. It's like a pressure cooker. You've been holding down that potential for so long. So all of a sudden you got these basketball players, football players, and you're like, how come the scene is changing? It's because of constipation. Number 4, philosophy. You were born to lead, but you must become a leader. Number 5, true leadership is self-manifestation. It's not a matter of going to a school and learning some principles. It's manifesting your true self. That's leadership. That's a philosophy. And number 6, very important, the purpose for true leadership is not to maintain followers, but to produce leaders. That's a philosophy of leadership. True leadership does not maintain followers. In other words, a true leader works themselves out of a job. True leaders are always moving. They never fall in love with a position. They are constantly producing people to take their place. That's true leadership. True leaders are not married to their titles. When a person likes titles, it's a sign that they are actually a slave. Let me explain why. Because they get their value from the title.
Yes.
Most of the people who love positions are not leaders because they get their worth from the position. That's why they will kill you to keep it. Because if they lose it, they lose themselves. Because they have made themselves one with their title and their position. That's why they become offended when you don't call them by their title. Bishop Jones. You can't say Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones. They don't even look Mr. Jones. I'm not Mr. Jones. These are sick people. The more titles you need, the less you are a leader.
My God. This is good. This is
Sometimes I smile. I see these people, dressed in all kind of regalia. I mean regalia. And they got 10 titles behind their name, Right Reverend, Honorable, Bishop, Eternal, Potentate. And I'm like, this guy is totally sick. I would never have lunch with this person. It's too much weight to carry at lunch. The more successful you are as a leader, the less titles you need. Can you write that down, please?
yes.
What did I say? The more successful you are as a leader, the less titles you need. Always remember that. As a matter of fact, your goal in life is to reduce yourself to your first name. Because even your last name is not yours. Monroe is not my name. It's a Scottish name. It's from Scotland. That means the master that owned my great-grandfather was a white Scottishman. So they named the slaves after the master's name. They said, that's Monroe slave. That's how I got Monroe. I'm not Monroe, I'm Miles. The only name I own is Miles. So my goal in life is to reduce myself to Miles. you read the Bible, it's intriguing, isn't it? You want to see great people? Read the Bible. For example, we don't say Reverend Dr. Bishop Moses.
Come on now.
What do we say? Moses. How come we don't say the right Reverend, anointed, powerful Joshua? No, we just say what? Joshua. We say Daniel. We don't say Bishop Hezekiah. You say Hezekiah, Jeremiah, Isaiah, Ezekiel, Hosea, Joel, Amos, Obadiah. You know what Jonah said? You know what Micah told us? Haggai prophesied. Malachi said. How about Matthew? Not Bishop Matthew. Mark. Oh my God. If you call your pastor Luke, he'll kill you. We are sick. John, Paul, Peter, James, Jude. Oh my God, Jesus. You could tell how effective you are by how many titles you get rid of.
Teaching.
Martin, JFK. Not even the name, JFK. How come you need so many titles? Because you ain't doing nothing. Clap your hands right there. We need folks who could be leaders. So leadership is not a pursuit of power, position, title, or authority. Leadership is a result of self-discovery. I want you to spend some time in the mirror. And I want you to stay away from people for a few days and take a private retreat by yourself and meet with yourself. I'm serious. Everyone who discovered themselves in history were by themselves. Moses on the backside of the mountain. Ezekiel in the desert. Jesus in Judean desert. Paul in Arabia all by himself. See, you got too many people around you who don't know who they are, and they make you the same way. Spending this day away from your office and your family is one of the most important decisions you made. This conference could change your life forever because you are in a different environment. The noise of life can drown out who you are. I found mine at 3 o'clock in the morning as a little kid on a dirt ground in the Bahamas when the whole house was sleeping. And I had an argument with God. And I said, God, you are prejudiced. I was mad. I was 13. Because on one side of the wall was the white people, on the other side was the black people. It's a wall in our island that separated us. And I said, God, are you the same God that they serve? Because if you are, I don't want you to be my God anymore. And my daddy served you all his life. He's a pastor, and I don't want to be with him nor you. I was mad. No one knew what I was going through at age 13. The house was sleeping. The rats were running through the yard, and I was in the dirt. I was mad. You know your problem is you don't get mad enough. God answered me that night. He did. Matter of fact, God saved himself that night because I was about to get rid of God. God loves an honest heart. Your religion makes you a fake. You started that, I love you, Lord. You don't even know yourself. I became angry. And he introduced me to myself that night. And everything changed. That's why I'm the way I am now. You can never influence me negatively. It's too late for me. Your opinion means nothing to me because I know who I am. And you need that. You need to get there to become the great man you were born to be. You are exactly what they made you. See this woman? I like this woman. Mother Teresa is 4 feet 5 inches high. She spoke at the United Nations, had all the countries listening to her. And guess who she was? A high school teacher. See, I told you, to be a leader, you don't need to go to college, get a PhD in management. How come you never spoke to the UN? And she was just a high school teacher. She stopped the world. Here's why. Write this down. Because number one, leaders don't seek followers. Followers are attracted to true leaders. But they are not attracted to the person, even though there may be some influence there. They are really attracted to the gift of that person. And that is what makes that person a leader. Most of you came to the Miles Monroe Leadership Empowerment Conference because of a gift you tasted somewhere. Whether you read a book, heard a CD, saw a TV program, or saw a video, or you're on YouTube or something, you said, I want to go feed on that gift one more time. This is very important too, because sometimes when people come to your gift, you think they came to you. And this is when your pride becomes a problem. And that's when God pulls the rug out from under you. You know, people start thinking, well, I got 10,000 members. Hallelujah. No, you don't. Your gift has 10,000 members, not you. God will kill you in the morning. We confuse people's attraction to our gift to attraction to ourselves. And so we think, we, I, me, I, we, me, I. And God says, no, it's it. And that's why leaders fall. Because they think the people came to them. I told you in the last session, when you go to a tree, you don't go for the bark nor the leaves. You don't go for the trunk. You go for what? You just go for the fruit. And if you don't see no fruit, what do? You leave. When a leader falls, because he or she thinks that they are the thing, we wonder why there's a scattering. It's because the leader confused the trunk with the fruit. I'm just a servant. I'm serving you my gift, that's all. This ain't about me. It's my gift. Write this down. Attraction is inspiration produced by the individual's passion to serve their gift. You want to become a leader? Find your passion. Pursue it with perseverance. And serve the world with it. And people will be attracted to you from everywhere. Leadership is an attraction. You don't force people. And the way you maintain them is you keep serving. If you want to be great, you just serve. Keep serving your gift. Keep serving it. Keep serving it. You become a slave to your gift, not to the people. You keep serving it. Your existence is serving it. Keep serving it. And they'll find you. Last year, I got over 800 invitations to travel around the world. Halfway through this year, I hit 800 already. So I have over 1,000 people wanting me to come in over 60 countries. And most of them I don't even know. And they want to pay my way. Pay me. They're looking for the gift. It ain't me. See, when you understand it, it keeps you very humble. That's why I ain't got no bodyguards. My wife is my bodyguard. That's all I get. No bodyguards. This ain't nothing about me. I don't need no entourage. I don't need nobody cleaning my shoe. I can clean my own shoe. I don't need nobody fixing my hair, man. This isn't about me. It's about my gift. And that could go just like God could kill me just like that. Amen. You better stay in touch with yourself.
That's right.
Find your gift and serve it. You become great. They are attracted to your gift. And this is what makes you a powerful leader. I want to give you a couple of thoughts for attitude before we break. Your attitude arises from fundamental beliefs and convictions. And that's what I'm dealing with, I'm dealing with what they told you when you was 5 years old.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, the house you was brought up in, my son, they didn't know who you were. And they took you to school, and the teacher didn't know who you were. Then you went to university, and they gave you a career that ain't your passion, and now you are stuck with a life and still don't know what to do with yourself. You got to discover your beliefs about yourself. What are my convictions? What is my opinion of my own life? If you don't have an opinion of yourself, someone will give you one.
That's right. Yes.
You must have a discovery about yourself. Your abilities. Do you know who your true abilities are? I want you to buy every book on the table of potential. I'm telling you, just read them. And some of you bought them, haven't read them. Read them. Because they are the ones that got me where I'm at. When I understood that my abilities had nothing to do with the exams in school, my life was changed. Your school don't know who you are. Don't believe no grades they gave you. You can't measure a human capacity in 1 hour in a test. Some of y'all are still living under some grade you got 20 years ago. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Stop thinking that way. They don't know how smart you are. I got 3 bachelor's degrees, a master's degree in administration and leadership. I got 5 doctorate degrees bestowed upon me. I don't trust none of them. Why? When you become impressed by someone's assessment of your ability, you become trapped. You can't measure how smart I am. Write this down. Your ability to lead depends on the attitude produced by your self-image, by your self-worth, and by your self-esteem. Your ability to lead is determined, and it depends on your attitude that is produced from your self-image, your self-worth, your self-esteem. Let me give an example. I know I am important to the world. That is a statement of self-esteem. I know the world needs me. They need what I'm carrying. They need this. That's a statement of self-worth. I am valuable to you. I wasn't born like that. They told me I was worthless, remember? The Greeks told me that I didn't have blonde hair. So I had to get information from somewhere else. I got it from the manufacturer. His manual, the Bible. It taught me I have his image. What an image to have, a self-image. The image of Jehovah. Wow. And according to him, nothing is impossible. Brother Dixon, what they told you about you was a lie. Don't believe them. Let God be true and every man a liar, the Bible says. Don't trust no one's opinion. Your parents didn't know you. They didn't even know Jesus. One time Jesus, his parents left him in the temple. And his mother and father came back to get him. You all remember that story? You ever read what he said to them? He began the statement by saying, did you not know? In other words, even your parents may not even know who you were. He told Mary, did you not know that I must be with my father? But you didn't even know? I've been with you for 12 years already. You still don't know? He was 12 years old. Your mother that carried you don't know how awesome you are. She was just a channel. So if you never had parents, it doesn't matter. It's not about your parent, it's about you. You never had a father, so what? You are here? Welcome. Let's get busy. Let's go change the world together. Let's make an impact before you die. This is about you. Your self-esteem. Self-worth. Get it? True leaders are more concerned with expressing themselves than with proving themselves. See, a person who's insecure got something to prove. A person who knows who they are have nothing to prove. So leaders don't go around trying to prove things to people. They're too busy being themselves. Leaders are individuals who have declared independence from other people's expectation of them. I won't allow you to determine who I can become. In other words, leaders don't clone other people in their image. They desire to help others become themselves. Sometimes we get pride saying that person is just like me. That's not what you want in life. You want people to be themselves. Why? Because you are boring. One of you is enough. Yeah, but not. God loves you to just be yourself. Some of you I autographed your books last night, and I wrote that in it. You wonder why I wrote it there? This is why I wrote it there. Be yourself. That's when leadership begins. Leaders are difficult to control. You can't control a true leader. They just don't behave. They just don't line up. They don't fall in line.
Right.
Why? Because they're too busy standing out. They ain't got time to fit in.
Yeah. Right. Amen.
Is anybody a leader here today?
Yes.
In other words, leaders are just difficult people. You're always messing with tradition, destroying the boundaries, asking questions you can't answer. They make you mad sometimes. Why? Because they are themselves.
Yes.
And they help other people to deploy themselves as well. I love people who have strong self-concept around me. Strong estimation of themselves. I love people who know who they are. Why? Because I ain't got to figure them out. Some people are a problem to be with. I ain't sure what you're thinking. But when you know who you are, I ain't got to worry about you. I know who you are. You telling me who you are. That's why it's tough to be with certain people, you know. You don't know what they are. A true leader can never be jealous of a person.
Amen. Amen.
Because they're not in competition.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
That's why you like to be with them.
Yes, absolutely.
You don't got to walk on eggshells, you know, not hurting their feelings and all that foolishness, you know. These are real people, man. Authentic people. I love real people, man. I just love. They make life easy. They got to be sitting around you. Be careful what I say. You too much problem to live with, man. Don't clone people. When your attitude in your spirit is married to your ability in the flesh, you become a leader. Your mentality and your ability must be married. So when you marry your ability with your mentality, a leader is born. And this is why we can never fully carry out our leadership mandate if we don't have the mentality of leadership. And we have to integrate that attitude with our attributes, our aptitude, and our altitude will produce the leadership we require. In other words, leadership is not about ability. It's about mentality first. This is why leaders they can walk into a room, change the room. Why? Their attitude and their mentality is completely different. Sometimes I'd walk into a meeting and they're discussing issues, and I say, what's the issue? They discuss it. They tell me what it is, and I'd go, oh, that's simple. And I'd say, let's just do this. Why don't we try this? They go, we never thought of that. Because we are so blocked in our thinking. Leaders look at elephants as lunch. They simplify life. I tell my wife all the time, keep it simple.
Keep it simple.
Life is simple, man. Don't get complicated. Leaders keep it simple. I ain't got no money. Let's go create some money. That's how leaders think. They don't go, I ain't got no money. I'm broke. They say, let's go create some money.
Hallelujah.
Because wealth is not something God gives. It's created. I am the God that gives you the ability to create wealth. I don't give wealth, God says. I create it. So you're not poor and you're not jobless. You just ain't thinking.
Hallelujah.
That's good.
That's good teaching.
That's good.
Every problem is a business. So to a leader, what you think is more important than what you do. I guess that's the whole measure of these two sessions. Thinking. Grappling with that Greek mentality. Destroying the Roman corruption in your mind. Being free from what people said about you. This is the heart of it. I want to close this session with the spirit of leadership. Now these, you can get this in the books back there, but I want to go through them very quickly, and I want you to read them with me because I think it'll probably sink into your spirit if you articulate it verbally. These are what I have researched and decoded as the obstacles of people becoming leaders. If you get these, I will see you at the top. Number one, I call it the spirit of leadership. Number one, let's read together. Go. The spirit of a strong self-concept, which is a true sense of your source. Now, I could teach that for 2 weeks. You got to know your source to develop your self-image. Number 2, read. The spirit of a healthy self-concept. What is it? A perception of your true nature. That means a photograph of your life that you carry in your head. Number 3, the spirit of self-confidence. What is that? A belief in your inherent ability. This is very important. A leader has a spirit of total conviction that they could solve any problem. I can't tell you how important that is. So leaders never panic. A true leader never panics. They sit and they think, this could be solved. That's where their confidence comes from. They have a confidence that they have an inherent ability to solve any problem. Inherent ability. The favorite words of Jesus: peace, have no fear. In the middle of a storm, peace, be not afraid. What are you talking about? We're getting ready to drown. Be not afraid. Why? There's a solution to every problem. And I am the solution. I'm going to stop the storm. He believed in his inherent ability. Number 4, read. The spirit of self-significance. What is it? A sense of valuable contribution to the world. This one is very critical. When you're going to become what you were born to be, you got to discover your significance. You are not a biological accident. You are not an experiment that God sent to earth to try to figure out. You were literally born because there's something God needed done that made you necessary. You are necessary. Say it. I am necessary. Say it loud. I am necessary. Say it louder. I am necessary. I want you to tell the world that every day you wake up. They need you. There's something you came here with that your generation needs. So you were not sent here just to make a living. You were sent here to make a difference. Your significance. Number 5, read. The spirit of passion. What is that? A deep conviction and determination of your heart. In other words, you found something that you are willing to die for. That's passion. All leaders are dead before they died. You got to figure that one out.
Okay.
Number 6, read. The spirit of excellence. What is that? A striving to always improve self and work. That's what leaders do. They never satisfy. That's why, I buy 4 or 5 books every month. My iPad is full of books. I'm always reading. Why? Self-improvement. Constantly. Some of you would walk past the book table and want to be a leader. And go straight to Kentucky Fried Chicken. And I'm sitting there going, what are you doing?
Come on now.
You got a choice between cholesterol and concepts.
Good.
Yeah. It's self-improvement all the time. Coming, the next time you're here about this event, I want you to bring all your people with you, man. If you are a pastor, you should have all of your people here. Why? All of them. If you love them, you want to improve them.
Amen. Amen.
You want to produce leaders. Number 6, read. The spirit of excellence. Number 7, the spirit of compassion. What is that? A sensitivity to the value of others. This is important. If you are a leader, you must be aware that everybody is equal to you. So you treat people with respect. I'm talking about the maintenance guy in the back room. When you meet him there, you bow and say, Your Excellency. See, this compassion is missing. There's some pastors who have no compassion. I'm listening to pastors. I go to the church to preach and I hear them talk to people. I'm like, oh man, I want to leave this church right now. This is a demon. The way you treat your people. Who do you think you are? When you die, they will never visit your tomb. When you make people valuable, they make you valuable.
Yes.
Number 8, read. The spirit of creativity. What is that? A belief in the untested and the untried. If you are a leader, you got that spirit. You believe that if it hasn't been done before, it can be done. The untested. Creativity. A leader always tries new things. Failure means nothing to a leader. It simply means find another way. Creativity. Number 9, read. The spirit of self-empowerment. That means a desire to see others succeed. Number 10, the spirit of self-improvement. What does that mean? A personal commitment to your own growth. Number 11, the spirit of self-discipline. What does that mean? A commitment to a self-imposed standard of life on yourself. This is what's important. A leader doesn't need external discipline. They impose on themselves discipline. I do not commit adultery. So they impose it on themselves. I am faithful to my spouse. So they are imposing on themselves. Paul calls it beating your flesh under. That's leadership. I do not tell lies. I impose it on myself. I don't gossip about people. I impose it on myself. I don't undermine my workers. I impose it on myself. I trust the people I give authority to. I impose. In other words, they are always disciplining themselves. I will do good in the dark. I will do right when no one is watching. Self-imposition. So leaders are. You can trust the leader when no one's around because they discipline themselves. When a leader falls into immorality, it's because they have no self-discipline. When you lose self-discipline, you have no right to discipline anybody else. You lose the right to lead. Leadership is not a right you demand. It's a privilege that the followers give you. The only thing a leader has to work with is trust. When you violate that, you're canceled. You're an empty title walking in a robe. Discipline yourself to protect trust.
Thank you once again for listening to this message, as we hope that it has been a blessing to you. Our goal is to show you new paths and opportunities so that you can discover your purpose. It is your love, support, and partnership that makes Monroe Global possible. Please visit us online at www.monroeglobal.com for more product, partnership, or to join us at one of our live events around the world. Thank you for joining us for another power-packed message from Dr. Miles Monroe, provided by Monroe Global Incorporated and MonroeGlobal.com. We transform followers into leaders and leaders into agents of change. We hope that this message is a blessing to you as you advance your life and discover your purpose. Now, let's go into the message.
Discovering your personal leadership. Whenever there is an invitation for people to attend a leadership event or to participate in a leadership conference like this, most people respond to that invitation with the attitude that that is not for me. That response is proof that your culture has done an excellent job in canceling who you are. This place, for example, would have been filled to capacity if we had said, come to a miracle service. So this doesn't affect me at all. I know exactly what's going on here. I expected you, and only you. I'm not impressed with crowds. You see me? I speak to them all the time, millions of them. My real love is people like you who believe that this is for you. You know, Jesus didn't like crowds. He didn't trust them. Because he understood the strategy for changing the world. And the strategy for changing the world is not large meetings or big events. It's small groups committed to intensive transformation. So he chose 12 people. Can you imagine someone who came to change the world only chose 12 people? And his only focus with them was on leadership development. He started with raw material, which means these 12 specimens had no formal training in leadership. What I thought was a good strategy that he used was he at least chose businessmen. I like business people. Religious people are problems. So the people he chose were business people and professional people. Like Matthew was an accountant. Luke was a doctor, a medical doctor. Peter, James, and John owned a fishing company. These were businessmen. And the number one business of that day was fishing in that village around Galilee. So these guys were owners of the top business industry. That's who he chose. Because he wanted to produce leaders. One time, his crowd grew too much. You all would remember that one day, the people stayed with him for 3 days, and they ran out of food. He decided, it's my responsibility to make sure that they are fed before they go home. So we know the story. He worked a miracle, multiplied fish and bread, and he fed them. And the Bible says, after that meeting was over, 70 joined him. 70. Can you imagine having 12 people, and all of a sudden, you grew by 70%? Now, normally, when you grow by 70%, you are excited. Jesus was not. He was suspicious. Why? Because he understands big crowds. They are not interested in changing. They're interested in feeding. So he turned to the 70 and he asked them a question. Why do you follow me? That was the question. Now, normally, if you are a pastor, and your church grew by 70% in one day, you wouldn't ask that question. Matter of fact, you would say, thank you all for coming. But his suspicion was high, he said, "Why do you follow me?" And then he answered the question for them. "I know why you follow me. Is it not because of the fish and bread I fed you yesterday?" See, there are people who just want miracles, but they don't want to change. And miracles never change people. You would remember the children of Israel. They saw more miracles than any of you could dream of. And in the end, they were still cursing God. And then Jesus tops it off by saying, "If you seek for a miracle, you are a wicked and adulterous generation." So he asked them, "Why are you with me?" It's only because of the fish and bread. You just want stuff from me. You want handouts. You people ain't interested in changing the world. You just want welfare. Watch him now. He says, "Look, if you want to follow me, if you want to be my disciple," he says, "you must stop looking for the bread and the fish. And you must feed on me. Eat my flesh," he says, "and drink my blood." You know, those are the kinds of people who are here in this seminar tonight. I consider you very rare people. I'm not surprised. I tell you, I work with crowds. I don't trust. It's those who show up in the morning sessions, they're the ones I believe. Those ones who come to the workshops, they're the real people. They're the ones who God will spend his time with and give them what they expected and more. The Bible says when the 70 heard this, "I must eat your flesh and drink your blood, feed on you," it says, they said to each other, "This is a hard saying." In other words, you are demanding too much. You want us to stay with you and look to you for our livelihood? It says, they forsook him and walked away. Could you imagine losing 70% of your members in one day? Sure, it can happen. But what intrigued me and impressed me is what he did after they left. It was a leadership act. Because he was training now these 12 guys, okay? So he turns to the 12, this text says, and asks them a question. "Will you leave also?" In other words, are you just like them? He also meant, I will do this by myself. By the way, that's one of the most important principles of leadership, you know. Finding something worth doing by yourself. That's good. If you need people to like you and approve of you for you to do what you're doing, you are not a leader yet. You're a politician. He was willing to go alone. Peter spoke up and said, "Master, Rabbi," which means master teacher. I'm going to paraphrase Peter, okay, a little bit. Peter probably said, "We think you are crazy, Jesus. We too think you are a little bit weird, but you make sense to us. In you," he says, "we have found the words that give us life or give our life meaning." That's what leaders do. Leaders give people's lives meaning. That's why they follow you. People will follow you when they receive a sense of significance for their own lives. Peter's answer was powerful. In you, we have found the words that give us life. Our business was doing great. You know, we have a company, but you have shown us that we could do more than just business. We can change the world. And that's why we're here in this seminar the next 2 days. I guarantee you, if you listen to me very carefully, the next 48 hours, you are going to be transformed as a person. But you got to listen. You got to feed on me just a little bit. Because what I'm teaching you is what I live. And it begins with discovering what I call your personal leadership. Leadership does not begin with people. It begins with you first. Let me give you a couple of things to write down, because I'm giving you what they never taught me in church. And that is, everyone is a leader. Pastors are afraid to say that because they don't want no competition in the pulpit. But leadership begins with how you think. So let me give you my philosophy of leadership that I had to discover for myself to become the person I am. Everyone was created to lead. Say that with me. Everyone was created to lead. Say it again. Everyone was created to lead. That's a tough statement. Most of you don't believe that statement. I understand it. I understand. Because I was the same way. Because when you read that statement, there is a contradiction in your mind right now. There's a battle going on. I know what the battle is. The battle is a question. If everyone was created to lead, then who's going to follow? And there's your battle. I'll give you another statement. Write this down. Trapped in every follower is a hidden leader. These are philosophical statements, but they are very important, because leadership begins with your belief. And your belief system determines your philosophy of life. If every follower is a leader, then the question becomes a problem again. What happens when they all become leaders? Who's going to follow? The fact that you ask that question is proof that you've been successfully convinced by your culture that only a certain type and group of people were born to lead, while the other masses were designed to follow. That's really what you believe. That's why the question arises. Because you cannot see in your mind everyone being a leader. You have problems in your mind. I have the same problems. And this is why I teach this so hard. Because it is that belief, that subtle belief that's in your mind that's trapping you right now. For example, in my mind, there is no economic crisis. But that's because of the way I think. So your thinking is your life. I'll give you another statement to write down. You were created to lead and designed to dominate. Say it with me. I was created to lead and designed to dominate. Now the words are very powerful. You don't evolve into a leader. You were created to be one. The manufacturer actually had leadership in mind when he created you. But look at what they've done to you. They've made you an employee. And they told you where you can be employed and where you cannot be employed. And then they restrict how far you can rise in that employment. That's right. What have they done to you? It's because nobody has challenged the system. This philosophy is not new that I'm teaching. It's as old as God. Write this statement down, please. True leadership is self-discovery. True leadership begins with an individual discovering something about themselves. That's when it really begins. And you will never become a true leader until you are introduced to yourself. You know, if you were to study the leaders of history who really changed the world, beginning with people like Moses, maybe, you know, here Moses is on a job. He's employed by his father-in-law. Employment. So he thinks he's a shepherd. You know, that's what I do. That's my job. And then he meets his manufacturer. The manufacturer says to him, you are the deliverer and the leader of 1 million people. You are also an author of the first 5 books of the Bible. You are the leader of a labor force. You are a lawgiver for all the nations of the world. They're going to steal your laws and use them. His answer, you must be talking to somebody else. You see, when you meet yourself, you're always afraid. Most of you are afraid of yourself because yourself does not agree with who you've become. You think you are a shepherd, a manager, a supervisor, and your real self is the first prime minister of a country called Israel. And when I introduce myself to myself, myself says to myself, that's not me. And I argue for 3 weeks with myself. Gideon. Remember Gideon? Hiding under the floor, trembling in fear from the enemy outside. And then the manufacturer shows up. Good evening, Gideon. Do you know who you are? You are a mighty man of valor. Gideon says, who you talking to? You see, when you meet yourself, you can't believe yourself. And we are so corrupted by our culture, we actually argue with ourselves with good arguments. Gideon says, I was born in the wrong family, born in the wrong clan, born on the different side of the track. Are you crazy? People like us don't be valors. We ain't mighty warriors. We are cowards. And the manufacturer says, you are a mighty man of valor. He says, tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a fleece outside in the morning. If it's wet, I'll believe you. So he put a fleece, it's wet. He said, just to make sure, I'll put it out again if it's dry in the morning. In other words, here we are fussing with ourselves. You know why I came here to this conference? I came here to introduce you to yourself. What you are doing is embarrassing to God. What you are proud of, he's ashamed of. What you've settled for is a shock to heaven. I know what I'm talking about. I was there. You got to discover something. And that's where leadership begins. It begins with self-discovery. I want you to take a look at this slide. This is a car. You ever seen a car like that before? That's a car. 40,000 parts or more make up a car. That's a car taken apart. Now, I show you that for a reason. I want to ask you a question. Here's the question. Which part of this car is the most important part of the car? You look at the engine of the car. What is the most important part of the engine? I mean, these questions are important. 40,000 parts. Which part is the most important? Your car in the parking lot has a great engine in it. Beautiful parts. But the question is, which part is the most important? Now, I'm going to show you two parts here. The battery is the big boy. So if I was to ask you which is the most important part of your engine, you would probably say the battery, because the battery has all the power. Powerful. You know, we like powerful people, don't we? Power. Hallelujah, power. You know, we like power. So we go for the power. We say the battery is the most important person in the car because the battery has the power to get things started. Well, I disagree. So who's the lead in this engine? Is it the battery? Well, we got a little thing on the side called the spark plug. Now, the battery probably costs about $150. Spark plugs costs about maybe, $10. So we got difference in value as well. Can the battery become more important than the spark plugs? If you remove the spark plugs, the battery is useless. So who's more important? Well, I don't know yet. I'm going to show you something else. Right in the middle of this picture, there is a little wire. Right in the middle, in the background. See a little wire? It's called a terminal wire. The terminal wire is what you connect to the battery and to the generator. The terminal wire costs $4. The battery costs $150. Who's more important in this car? Well, let's find out. With all the power the battery has, if you remove that $4 wire from the battery's terminal, the battery is useless. So who's the leader? Well, let's find out here. All the power trapped in the battery. The battery is useless to the car without a $4 wire. Who's the most important person in your organization? Is it the CEO or the maintenance woman? Is it the secretary who types? Or is it the manager of stores that oversee resources? Who really is the leader? See, this scenario is an interesting one because that $4 wire can shut the car down. The car is worth $80,000. $4 can shut it down. Isn't that amazing? Now the problem is this little terminal wire has to connect to the battery and to the generator. And all it does is a function called transfer. It transfers power to the generator that hits the spark, that turns the shaft, that causes that whole engine to turn over, to cause the wheels to turn, and you can control it. Transfer. The only problem is the terminal wire has no power. It's just a transfer function. That's good. The only problem with the battery is it cannot transfer. It has all the power. Only problem with the spark plug is it ain't got no power and can't transfer, but it can produce fire. So who's the leader in this whole situation? No one and everyone. That's the answer. Here's the answer. Everyone is a leader in their area of functioning. Write it down. This is the concept of leadership that God introduced. Every part of the car is a leader in its area of functioning. So we have to respect each part. They have successfully convinced you that you are useless. And they use you to do what they want you to do. They meaning your culture. And you obey them because you don't know who you were born to be. You have no idea what your function is. When I discovered who I was, I became free from them. I began to dictate my own value. Therefore, I told them, you need me. Come on, say it. You need me. Say it like you feel it. You need me. See, you become a leader when you discover that one discovery. They need me. The world needs me. Say it. The world needs me. Say it loud. The world needs me. I want you to say it with a revelation. Come on, say it. The world needs me. Let me tell you something. If you discover that, you become dangerous. You are not an accident. You are an assignment. That's good. Leadership. You know, we talk about leadership. This is a photograph of all of the leaders in the world together, the present ones, and a recent photograph taken. And I want to talk in this session about some of the areas I want to cover very quickly. First, my objective is to help you to see that we need and value leadership. Secondly, we want to talk about what leadership is, what it takes to become a leader. We want to talk about the principles of leadership tomorrow and the art of leading, how to do it. And then we want to talk about the cost and the price of becoming a leader. It is costly. And this is why we love following so much. It doesn't cost much to follow. But yet, when you follow, you hardly ever find out who you are. So you want to talk about those things. Now here's a leader that you all are acquainted with. He spent time in this state, born here. Walking through the airport of this state capital, they have his coat and tie. You'd wonder, why would someone want to put a man's coat on display in an airport? And we won't ever see your coat. I'm going to explain to you why, okay? And hopefully, if you get this revelation I'm going to teach you in this leadership seminar, they'll want your coat also. Leadership is an amazing thing. First of all, here's why leadership is important. Write this down. Nothing happens without leadership. Nothing happens without leadership. Number two, nothing changes without leadership. Number three, nothing develops without someone taking leadership. Number four, nothing improves in any situation without leadership. Number five, nothing is corrected without leadership. If something is not right in an environment, someone has to emerge and take the leadership. Number 6, nothing advances without leadership. Number 7, nothing succeeds without leadership. Number 8 is a reminder. We are always being led by someone, whether we think so or not. So look at how important leadership is. It improves, it changes, it develops, it corrects, it advances, and it brings success in life. This is probably one of the reasons why the religious people are so ineffective, because they pray too much for things to be corrected, to change, to improve, to develop, to advance, and to succeed. I think one day Rosa Parks decided to stop praying. That's all. What made her a leader? She just decided, no more prayer. I'm now going to be active. This is why the drug problem in your community is so diabolically destructive, because you keep praying for them. You wouldn't do anything. Leadership is born when toleration ends. Why? Whatever you tolerate, you will never change. What did I say? Whatever you tolerate, you will never change. This is why there are very few leaders in your city. Your toleration level is very high. Leaders are usually angry people. As a matter of fact, you will learn tomorrow night the secret to becoming a true leader. And one of the secrets is anger.
Yes, Lord.
When you decide, I have had enough, a leader is about to be born.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Toleration is the graveyard of leaders. And that's why we lack leadership in the 21st century. Everybody wants to be liked. Nobody wants to rock the boat. And that's why we're not leaders, because we want everyone to agree with us. So what we have is companies and churches and nations that are overmanaged and underled. Don't ever confuse a manager with a leader. No manager is a leader. But leaders are managers. What's the difference between a manager and a leader? In my book on the table called Becoming a Leader, make sure you read that book. It deals with this subject. But let me give you a hint. A manager maintains things. A leader changes everything. A manager follows policy. A leader creates policy. A manager keeps tradition. Leaders break it. Managers focus on the bottom line. How much is it going to cost? Leaders focus on the horizon. Let's do it.
Yes.
Managers focus on doing the right thing. Leaders are very unique. Managers are always focusing on doing things the right way, is what I'm saying. Leaders want to know whether we're doing the right thing. If you are led by a manager, you will never grow. If your pastor is a manager, the church is stuck. If your department is headed by a manager, it will never expand. If your husband is a manager, your family is stuck. So we need managers, but we need leaders more than managers. Because leaders is what give managers work to do. Let me ask some questions. These are some interesting questions I pose to students everywhere. I teach this in universities and I do surveys. And here's my question I give them. Is leadership about power? What do you think? No, okay. Is it about position? Is leadership about talent? You sure? Is leadership about skill? It's a skillful person. Is leadership about authority? Is leadership about status in your society? Is leadership really about charisma? By the way, the word charisma is a Greek word. It's a very dangerous word. It's invented by the Greeks. Some of y'all call yourselves charismatics. Be careful. It's a Greek word. It means giftings of the gods, plural, gods. Because they were polytheist. They believed in many gods. Charisma. The giftings of the gods. Paul used it. He borrowed the Greek word to teach on the gifts of the Holy Spirit. But it's a Greek word. Charisma. We have our own idea what that means. Last question, are leaders born or made? Very important question. Some people struggle with that. I answered it years ago. I'm clear in my head. So the question is, when does one become a leader? It's a tough question, because the question would be, when did Rosa Parks become a leader? See, you don't need to be a PhD from a college to be a leader. You can just be an old lady on a bus. I told you everybody's a leader. Everybody's a leader. The problem is they haven't told you how to become one. She discovered something. Don't die the way you are. Don't give them the privilege of firing you. You're better than that. Don't let people terminate what you call a career. How dare you allow people to cancel your life with a pink slip? This is crazy. That's why we're here. The dumbest animal on the planet is a sheep. Some of y'all don't know that. In case you don't, I'm going to say it again. The dumbest animal God made is a sheep. Do you know why? There are no leading sheep. I want you to study a flock of sheep anywhere. You will never see a leader. It's the only animal in the world that doesn't have a leader. Elephants have a leader. Bulls have a leader. Bees have a leader. Everyone except the sheep. If someone say you are a sheep, that's not a compliment. And religious people love the word. They love it. I am God's flock. That's not a compliment. Follow me. I'm going to show you how we are screwed up. Even in our theology has made us what we are. The sheep is the dumbest animal because he will follow anyone because he has no leader. So I have a little test for you. If an army of sheep is led by a lion, do you believe they will always defeat an army of lions if they are led by a sheep? And the answer is yes. An army of sheep led by a lion will defeat an army of lions if the lions are led by a sheep. What's the moral of this parable? Here it is. Write it down. Number one, leadership determines the quality of the followers. You know, a good leader can transform cowards into warriors. A good leader can transform frightened people into fearless people. Again, what a state to be teaching this principle. The state of Georgia. Years of oppression. And then a short little preacher became a lion. And he motivated frightened people to stand in the face of water hoses. He turned little girls into giants who could face dogs. I mean, this is leadership is so powerful. It can transform cowards. Here's what it means. Number two, leadership determines the mentality of the followers. This is how powerful leadership is. Leadership also determines the morality of the followers. Your morale and your morals can be transformed by the right kind of leader. Leadership also determines the attitude of the follower. In essence, leadership determines the commitment of the follower. That's why we need you. We need you to discover your leadership, because there are people in your city who are being abused by the system. And they need someone to emerge who will give them hope. Because leadership determines the destiny of followers. I couldn't say it any better than my own greatest leader of all time, the ultimate leader of life, when he said these words: if the blind lead, wow. If the blind lead the blind, he says, they both fall into the ditch, which means the leader determines the destination of the followers. That's how powerful leadership is. Let me tell you something about your life. You are exactly where someone led you. If you don't like where you are right now in your life, you're going to have to reconsider changing leadership. You know why I love this church? This is the second time I'm here doing this. I mean, this church, do you know, listen, do you know how many people wanted me tonight? I'm talking about massive organizations in the world wanted me. I decided I like this man's desire. They wanted me to stay in Israel 3 extra days. I said, no, I'm going to Atlanta. Why? There's someone there who believes they can do better. I don't think the members of this church really know who their pastor is. See, your problem is you want to shout and sing hallelujah, and then die broken sick. This conference is about to set you free from that stuff.
Yes, sir.
Makes me so sad. See people, having religious, feel all this emotional stuff. Because they are sheep. They just follow anybody. People come in town with a white suit, white Bible, white shoes. They run to that person. Just sheep. If the blind, what? Lead. You know what Jesus is just telling us? He's telling us it's possible for a person to be in charge with a title, with a position, with power, with influence, and still be blind. Don't ever be impressed with power. Don't be impressed with position. Ask the question, where we going? What's our destination? Because I might not want to go with you. Hello, somebody. See, that's how powerful leadership is. Leadership will lead you to their destiny. Some of you know the story about Jim Jones in Guyana. Sheep. I mean, sensible people with a brain with 500 billion cells followed a man in a bush and drank poison. Because they never asked the question, where are we going? What is your vision? Write this down. Vision is more important than leadership. Please get the book on vision on the table, please. Very important. People think that leadership is important, but vision is more important than leadership, because vision is what creates the leader. What makes you a leader is the fact that you see a future that's better than the present. So leadership is powerful. There are two animals that God identified himself with. Both of them are leaders. One is the eagle, the other is the lion. I always wondered why God did this. But he created them, so he knows their qualities and their character. I love them both. I always love eagles and lions. You come in my office, you see lions and eagles all over the place. In my home, lions, eagles all over the place. In a couple of days we go into Africa. I told my planners down there, I got to go see the lions again. Every time I go, I got to spend time with my cousins. And I go and spend the whole day with my wife and with the lion. We go there, we spend time with them. Why? They remind me of me. They remind me of leadership. As a matter of fact, Jesus says he is the Lion of Judah. Not the puppy or the dog. The Lion of Judah. Not the monkey or the raccoon. The lion. God identified himself as a lion. You better study the lion. Because he rules the universe. God identified with a lion and he rules the universe. That means the lion has some qualities that he wants you to study. Here's some of the lion that's very strange. Number one, the lion is not the tallest animal in the jungle. He's not the strongest. He's not the biggest. He is not the most powerful. And he's not the most intelligent. And yet he's the leader. Tell your neighbor there's hope for you. What the lion has done is he has canceled all of your excuses for not being a leader. The color of his mane and his skin doesn't inhibit him from being a leader. His intellect, his strength. There are so many animals in the jungle more powerful than the lion. Stronger, taller, bigger, more intelligent. And yet the lion eats all of them for lunch. As a matter of fact, when the lion sees an elephant, he simply thinks lunch. Why is the lion the leader? Because of attitude. Write it down. Just attitude. Attitude comes from your belief system, and it produces confidence. The lion believes that he can eat an elephant. That belief becomes the source of his confidence, and so he moves toward the elephant. The elephant is 50 times more powerful, 100 times bigger, 80 times more intelligent, 60% more powerful, and yet the lion eats him for lunch. Why? Because the lion's attitude reduces that elephant to a meal. This is why he's the leader. Leadership is 80% mentality, attitude, and 20% skill. And this is why skillful people work for those with the right attitude. Look at this lion. I took this photograph myself. There's an elephant and the lion doesn't move. You see, when you look at your problems, how do you respond to them? You got a bill that ain't being paid. You got a mortgage that ain't seem to be addressed. You have demands that you can't meet. This is an elephant. How does a leader look at these things? They see it differently. A leader looks at the elephant and he simply thinks one word: this is lunch. The thinking controls the action of the creature. That's why he's dangerous. What makes Miles Monroe dangerous is my thinking. If I tell you my story, you will know that I am a miracle mentally. I wasn't always like this. I was changed between my ears. I got some new information. I'm going to give that to you these next 2 days. The same information that happened to me. Because I was able to think like the lion. Look at that. Look at that leader in action. Wait a minute. But this is a monster. He said, I don't care. A leader is fearless because of knowledge. There's something the leader knows that makes them fearless. So leadership doesn't get its power from its muscle. It gets its power from its belief. You will never be a leader until I can change the way you believe. Because your belief system produces your philosophy. So leaders don't see through their eyes, they see through their belief. Huh? Your eyes say that's an elephant. Your belief says that's lunch. So if you see through your belief, instead of running away from him, you run toward him. So leaders respond based on their belief system. So to a leader, life is simply what you believe it is. How do you get to think like that? I'm going to show you right now. Because I'm setting you up for tomorrow morning, okay? I want you to really make sure you're here, because this is more important than keeping a job. As a matter of fact, your job is not your work. Your job is what they pay you to do. Your work is what you were born to do. You will never become successful from your job. And your job, you know, ain't permanent. So you can't trust that. You need to find your work. Your job is your skill. Your work is your gift. You can learn a skill, but you're born with your gift, and they can't take that from you. If they fire you, your gift goes with you. That's why I am unemployable. Why? I've been deployed. And I came here for you to deploy yourself. If you deploy yourself, there'll never be a crisis anymore in your life. No more economic crisis to those who deploy themselves. How do you think? And how do you get to think the way you think? And what made you think what you think right now? Where'd you get this attitude from that you have? The history that created you is still with you. And even though you wear different clothes, drive a different car, it's the same person. Because somehow our history is so heavy. It's tough to cut loose. We still apologize for being successful. We feel ashamed to be in charge. It's amazing. See, when you still carry your history, you are afraid of success. Because you may lose your friends who ain't going nowhere. Very subtle problems. Your attitude is so powerful. It creates your atmosphere. It also is a source of your natural lifestyle. And if you're going to change your life, you got to change your attitude. Now here's the bottom line. Write this down. Your belief system is the source of your attitude. I know you came and you're thinking, Dr. Monroe, tell us 10 principles of leadership. No, that's not what you need first. You need to change the way you think first. I was invited to speak at Harvard University a few months ago, and the room was filled with all of these technocrats and these professors and all these, Ivy League people. And they invited me to speak on leadership. Do you know what I came in there and talked about? I talked about thinking. When I was finished, first standing ovation ever at Harvard University, they says. They had never heard anybody get into their heads before. I exposed those who were racist. I showed them that your thinking is your philosophy that destroys the way you treat people in your department. That's good. And until your thinking change, you are contaminated leadership. They had never heard such a level of teaching on leadership. Why? Because unless your mind changes, you will never become a leader. Ladies and gentlemen, let me put it this way. Attitude determines your limitation, which means that your belief system determines how far you go. You can never lead beyond your attitude and your belief system. And that's why your life is what you think it should be and exactly what it is. Attitude is the manifestation of your personal philosophy. And that's why this first session is dealing with discovering your personal leadership first. Then we could talk about people. Write this down. Philosophy is a product of your ideas. And this is why I started this session out with a question. Do you believe that everyone is a leader? You have problems with that. And I understand because the culture doesn't allow it. Could you imagine going to work tomorrow telling your boss, I am a leader too? You just have problems with that. People tell me, they have a PhD in physics, and I laugh at them. I say, really? So what does that mean? That means nothing to me. That doesn't make you better than me. Your education doesn't change your human value. We are still equal as humans. And I do know some things you don't know. So we got to be careful. Our philosophy, our ideas is the source of our philosophy. And I like what the great king said, King Solomon. As a man thinks where? In his heart, so is he. Don't ever quote that verse again without putting the word heart in it. Most of you quote that and leave the word heart out. And the most important part of the verse is the word heart. As a man thinketh, so is he. That is not what he said. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Why? Here's why. Because the heart is the Hebrew word that has to do with the center of reasoning. It's the place where you have meetings with yourself, where you talk to yourself. That's your heart. That's the meeting place where you are reasoning with yourself. That's where you sit down and say, well, let's see now. Can I do this? Can I not do it? Can I really do this? That's where you're having meetings with yourself. Because that's where your belief system is hidden. In other words, your heart is also, Paul calls it the hidden man. The psychologists would call it your subconscious mind. I call it your hard drive. You know, this iPad got a hard drive on it. Don't trust what's on the desktop. The display, don't trust that. The stuff on the inside, that's the real thing. Now, what is your heart? Your heart is the place where you keep all the ideas you collected all your life, the ones you believe, you keep it. So when you hear the word heart in the Bible, don't point at your chest. Point at your head. Blessed are the pure in heart. Don't go to your chest. Religious people go to their chest. The pump in your body is not impure. It's doing its job, pumping blood. So, blessed are the pure in heart. Ain't nothing to do with your pump. It has to do with your mind. That's right. Are your thoughts pure? Are you thinking with purity? So, he says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. As a man thinks in his subconscious mind. What have you downloaded as your software on your hard drive that you believe? Every time someone presses a certain button in your life, whatever is there comes up. For example, there's some of you black people in this room. When a white man comes into your department, you become very nervous. And when a black man comes, you act like you don't care. In other words, there's something in your heart, your hard drive still got some problems. There's some viruses. You're sick. It's there on your hard drive. 40 years of struggle and you're still there. You ain't free yet. You just delivered. That's right. Come on, that's good. Deliverance is when you leave Egypt and enter the wilderness. Freedom is when Egypt leaves your mind. So stop telling people you're free. You are still in the wilderness. And notice what God did in the wilderness, eh? He kept them going around in circles. 40 years going around in circles. You know, my wife and I had an experience, I'll never forget this. We went from Israel to Egypt. And, you know, we were going to visit Egypt for the first time. And this years ago we went there. We've been there a couple of times. And, man, the aircraft took off. And I'm getting excited. I'm going to see Egypt. I'm going to see Pharaoh, you know, remains of the, you know, these all this stuff. Get excited. And before I could get excited, they said, we're about to land. Fasten your seatbelts. I said, wait a minute. We just took off. And the flight attendant says, yes, we are landing. I said, well, we just left. She said, yes, but we're landing. I said, what are you talking about? It's only been 20 minutes. She said, yes, we are in Egypt. 20 minutes. We are in Egypt. I said, what are we doing in Egypt already? She says, Cairo is only 20 minutes away. No, you didn't hear what I just said. Okay, let me explain it to you. It took Moses them 40 years to go from Egypt to Israel, where I was. 20 minutes. So when we got to Egypt, right, they picked us up, took us to our hotel, checked us in, And then our first tour guide, came to get us, and we boarded the bus, and we're going out to the pyramids. On our way out there, I became very intrigued. So I asked the driver, I said, excuse me, sir, how far is Israel from here? He said, oh, it depends on how you go, he says. I said, well, explain it to me. He said, well, from Cairo to Israel, Jerusalem, if you walk, it's about 40 days. You take a bus, it's 24 hours. Take a plane, it's 20 minutes. I told my wife, where's my Bible? I got to read my Bible again. I went back out to her room, grabbed my Bible. I said, let me just see. I think God made a mistake. It took them 40 years for a 40-day trip. And then I read in the Bible, it says, because they had not gotten Egypt out of their minds, the Lord led them the long way around until their children were born. Let me just give you the point I'm making here. God will deliver you, but will never set you free. You got to set yourself free. They walked around in that desert for 40 days. Why? 40 years. Why? Because 40 years is a generation. What was God doing? He was waiting for 40 years until he got what they were carrying in their loins. The next generation. When the kids came up, God killed them all. Killed all the parents. By the Bible says God allowed none of them to go into the promised land. Why? Because they were still thinking about onions instead of milk and garlic instead of honey. They didn't change their thinking. Your mentality is more important than your location. If you don't change as a person mentally, you will stay where you are physically. So God killed them all. Only 2 left. And those 2 were born in the desert. Caleb, Joshua. They had no memory of oppression. They believed anything was possible. Leadership begins with thinking. So my question is, what is your philosophy of leadership? Why don't you believe that you could own a company? Why the first thing you look for is a job instead of look for a business? It's subtle questions, but why? Why do you go to college and study an area that guarantees employment rather than guarantees deployment? Because your hard drive is stuck. I sit with heads of states. You saw those pictures. Head of state, kings, governments. I work with them all the time. And most of the folks who run countries are sick just like you. They don't know what to do with the country. Power doesn't make you smart. It exposes your ignorance. Let me quickly do this because I don't want you to have nightmares. Let me just give you, let me conclude this by giving you God's philosophy of leadership, okay? I'm going back to the beginning where you began. Genesis chapter 1 is really about you. Verse 26 says, then God said, let us make a species called man in our own image, according to our likeness. And he tells us why. He says, to let them have dominion over fish of the sea, birds of the air, over the cattle and the animals of the field, over all that's growing in the earth, and over everything that creeps on the ground. Now, every word in this statement is very important. And in this verse is the secret to your life. It's the secret to your greatness and your leadership. This is where I found mine right here. I found it in here. I'm just going to say this. I hate to talk about these things, but I'll just say it. In a lot of my contracts with governments, they pay me $5,000 an hour. Could you imagine? You work for 10 hours, 3 days. Okay. I used to sleep on the floor with roaches. I am from a family of 11 children. One mother, one father. I am number 6, right in the middle. We were born in a wooden house on 4 big rocks in a small, low-income, poor area called Bainstown in the Bahamas, in an island 7 miles wide. That was my life. 7 miles wide, 20 miles long. I was born middle of an island, poorest part. The house had 2 rooms. 11 kids now, 2 bedrooms. One for my mother and father, one for my 7 sisters. We slept like sardines. So the 4 boys slept on the floor. That's where I was born. One chicken for 11 kids. The neck was delicacy. Listen, this is my life. 1 pair of shoes for the whole year. If it sprung a hole, I had to put cardboard in it. I remember sleeping with roaches running over my body. I remember waking up in the morning with blotches, blood. I was scratching the mosquitoes that were trapped under the dirty sheet on that mat on the floor. I remember looking up at the ceiling and seeing the stars through it and buckets to catch the water from the rain. Don't talk to me about poverty.
Yes.
And my father was a Baptist pastor. And I went to church 3 or 4 times a week and I slept with roaches. Don't tell me about religion. So when I talk to you from this position I'm talking to, I'm telling you what worked for me. And now to be paid $5,000 an hour. How do you move from the floor with roaches to being called on by heads of states to talk to the entire governments? Something happened in my mind. And it began with this verse. Let us make man. The word man here is the word ish. I-S-H. Write it down in Hebrew. Ish. It's a plural word, which means that God wasn't making a person. He was making a species. All of us is called man. For example, we call all dogs, dogs. We call all cats, cats. God called all of us man. Man is the designation of the whole species. It comes in 2 models, male and female. But it's all man. And then he says, I want to make this particular product in my own image. Write the word image down. See, this stuff is important. This is what set me free. The word image doesn't mean to look like. The Hebrew word means characteristics. Characteristics. Let them have the same characteristics, qualities of God. No Baptist pastor told me that. My father couldn't teach me that. He didn't know it. I had to find it for myself. I have God's character. Wow. What a discovery for a little boy sleeping on the floor. I am just like my father, God. Oh, my mind was changing. You know, we had teachers from Europe because we were oppressed by the British, you know. We were bought there as slaves years ago. My great-grandfather was a slave, you know. And so the British people, man, they told us that we were half-breed monkeys. They were very clear. They said, you are not fully humans. They told us this in class. One of them said to me, you are retarded. Your brain is maldeveloped. You are not able to be educated. All you can do is music and dancing. And that's why they still believe that today right here in this city. All your people do is dance and music. Why don't you run the economy? We're not world changers, we are entertainers. I decided, no, I got God's character. I got to find this. The qualities of God is in you. Every one of you, black, white, Asian, it doesn't matter, Puerto Rican, you have God's image. This is not a message for any race of people. It's for humans. You can do anything you dream. You're just like your God, your Father. Boy, that thing hit me like a bolt of light. Wow. And then the word lightness. I had to look for it myself in the Hebrew. You know what it means? It means to function like. Let us make a creature that has our characteristics and functions like us. That means you function just like God, your Father, which means you got to study, how does God function? Because if you don't function like God, you are malfunctioning. For example, in God, the Bible said there's no fear. So when you fear life, you are malfunctioning. So I'm afraid of nothing. I'm telling you, literally, I'm afraid of nothing. That makes me dangerous. A fearless man is a dangerous man. I'm not afraid of death. And that's the highest threat you can give me. And I'm not afraid of death. And you'll find that all true leaders have no fear of death. As a matter of fact, they have an affair with death. All true leaders. Why did God create you? Read it. To have what? Dominion. So what was the motivation for God's creation of you? Dominion. Why did God create you? Say it loud. Dominion. Well, what motivated God to create you? Dominion. What was the reason why God created you? Dominion. Yeah, not to have worship services. He never said prayer meetings. He never said to be a bishop. I don't know. Culture has done a good job at us. Here's a guy who's a bishop and can't pay his light bill. Here's an evangelist who owes everybody. Here's an apostle who can't even pay his mortgage. Something's wrong with this. We missed the point. He didn't create you to be a title. He created you to have dominion. Everybody say dominion. Dominion. And this is where leadership is born. See? Because the word dominion, I checked it out, is the word radah in Hebrew. Write it down. It actually means to rule. It also means to govern. It means to master, to manage resources. It means to control things. It means to have sovereign authority. It actually means to lead. Please buy this CD and listen to it a few times. Get this in your spirit. That is why you were created. To be a ruler, a governor, a manager, a controller, an authority, and a leader. Now, here's why I changed. When I discovered this, I had to discover the second principle. I'm going to give it to you. If he designed you, created you to be a leader, a master, a governor, a ruler, a controller, then there must be the ability to do it. But notice, he didn't give you rulership over people. He listed what you should lead: birds, fish, animals, plants, and creeps. This is very important. God says, let's make a leader, a governor, a manager, a ruler, not to rule people. So leadership in God's mind is not about people. It's about resources. You've been taught he who has no one following is simply taking a walk. That's what the Chinese taught you. Jesus disagrees. He said, you are a leader whether someone is following you or not, as long as you are fulfilling the management of resources through your gift. But you see, it's the way it works. Here's the way it works. I'm sure it works. First, let me give you this is the secret. Whatever a manufacturer demands, he builds into the product. Write that down. This is what changed me from the floor. Whatever a manufacturer demands from a product, he builds it into the product. Am I right? Am I right about this? Think about anything. Your car, for example, your computer, your iPad, your iPhone, whatever you have, your refrigerator, whatever it's supposed to function as, it is built with. Number two, whatever God calls for, he provides for. Number three, whatever God demands, he inputs. Number four, whatever God expects from something, he injects it into it. And number five, whatever God gave the purpose of a thing to do, he built it with the potential to do it. That changed my life. Because when I discovered the principle of creation, I discovered my ability. Yeah. So when a manufacturer makes a product, he makes it for a purpose. Purpose means to perform a specific function. He builds into the product the capacity to perform the function. And then he sells it to you. And he tells you to demand these certain things from the product. You can demand it because it's already built in. When I discovered this, my life changed. Because suddenly I realized that no one in my environment could determine what I could and could not do. That's when I canceled my European teachers. It was at that point my life changed. I was 13 years old when I discovered this. I want to show you something. Give you an illustration. If God created you to dominate, then the capacity to dominate is in you. Do you get the principle? Okay, so whatever you were born to do is built in. So here's what I want you to take a look at then. Conception does not guarantee manifestation. Now what I mean by that is, a bird and a fish were created by God. The fish was created to do what? Swim. So fish do not attend swimming lessons. I know it sounds simple, but it's very important. Why? Because swim is built into the fish. Why? Because God demanded the fish to swim. So he put the ability in it. Birds were designed by God to fly. So birds don't attend flight school. Flight is built in. I like this one. Seeds. Seeds were designed by the Creator to bring forth trees. You'll never find a seed attending a tree growing convention to learn how to grow trees. Why? Where's the tree? Trapped on the inside. In other words, whatever God created something to do, he built it in. Your culture and your educational system doesn't allow you to discover that. We are educated to be employed, not to be deployed. Seeds deploy themselves and become trees. Fish deploy themselves and they swim. Birds deploy themselves and they fly. We are the only creatures God created who don't deploy ourselves, because our culture doesn't allow it. You got to get free from the culture. And it's seminars like this that make you begin to have a meeting with yourself and discuss yourself with yourself and say to yourself, self, am I who I really am? You know, here's my conviction. This is why I believe that buried in every human being is a leader, trapped by an erroneous philosophy that you were born to follow. Let us make man to have what? Dominion. To govern, to rule, to lead, control. Which means that somewhere inside of you is a ruler, a controller, a leader, a dominator. Somewhere in there. Because he would not have demanded it if he didn't inject it. Which means that your ability is determined by your responsibility. Your potential is designed by your purpose. Your potential is equal to what you were born to do. The best example I can give you is this car. Look at this car. All cars have what they call a speedometer. Am I right? Here's an old one, old Chevy. Now, if you look at the numbers have up to 160 miles per hour this car can travel. All of your cars have that kind of registration, sometimes 200, 180. Everybody got that, right? Okay. Now, when you bought the car, that was on the car. You bought the car with it. It was on it, 180 miles per hour. I'm getting ready to go, okay. I'm so excited. Okay, so you bought this car, you brought it home, and the manufacturer says this car can travel 180 miles per hour. How can the manufacturer put that on there? What makes him so sure that this vehicle could travel 180? That's the first question. The second question is, have you ever traveled 180 in that car? No. Let me tell you how stupid our philosophy of our countries are. We sell a car that could travel 180 and put a sign up 50 miles per hour. It's amazing. It's crazy. I don't understand it. I have no idea how they got this idea. I don't know where it comes from. But it tells you the nature of your culture. Don't try it. They give the company permission to build the capacity, but restricts your ability to use it. And you never thought about that. And that's the way they think about you.
Wow.
So all your life, you can make 180, but you've been traveling for 50 years at 60 miles per hour. And you think you're living. The capacity is present. Our culture says you can't go any further. And God says, press the accelerator. And your culture says you can't go any further. You can go no faster. And God says, and your culture says you can't do that. And God says, let's go. And your culture says, stop. That's as far as you can go. You got to make a decision tonight, see? You have God's ability. And man puts up the signs. You're a follower. And God says you're a leader. You're an employee. And God says you're a controller. You are a subject. And God says you are a ruler. They keep putting up signs. One day, I was in Germany. My wife and I spent 6 months in Germany. And one day we were going from München to another city for me to speak. And we got on what they call the Autobahn. The Autobahn is a road without limit, no speed limit. Okay, once you get, you can go as fast as you can. So my host was driving in beautiful black Mercedes. And you know me, I'm from the Western world where there are signs everywhere. Okay, you guys ain't got no Autobahns here. So I'm on the highway, man, and he said to me in German, I spoke German. He said, have you ever been on an Autobahn? I said, what is an Autobahn? He said, this is the street we're about to enter where there's no limit. We can drive as fast as we want. I said, what? He said, would you like to drive? I said, yes. For the first time in my life, I have an opportunity to open a car. I felt so excited. I said, man, I get to drive. He said, yes. So he pulled off to the gas station, switched. I got in the car. Hey. My. He said, go on, turn off. We turn off onto the highway. He said, okay, go ahead. He says, we're going to be driving for another 4 hours, so don't worry about it. And man, I began to see that needle go up, and I become excited. And I hit 60, right? Mentally, 60. I go, oh, dear. He says, go ahead. I said, really? He said, go ahead. And I went up, 80. And my whole heart begins to pump faster. And I'm thinking, I'm flying. He says, Dr. Monroe, please go ahead. I said, you mean? He said, yes, go ahead. I went up 95. He says, go ahead. Now, the car can make 250. And I'm thinking, oh, Jesus, man. He says, go ahead. You are going too slow. Cars are passing me. So I hit 100. And my whole body began to rebel. My mind began to rebel. And I realized that I was corrupted by my culture. And he said, you are going too slow. I went 120. He said, will you please? Now, by this time, I'm the only car on the road. I'm feeling now, man, 125. This is it. I'm the fastest man in the world. And I'm flying out. I'm flying. All of a sudden, 10 minutes later, a car passed me. He said, I told you you're going too slow. I went to 150, and my whole body, my whole mind, everything locked up and said, you can't do this. He said, what's the matter? I said, this is 150. He says, you're still going too slow. This is the Autobahn. The average speed is 185. He said, do you still want to drive or you want to pull over? I said, I'm going to try to drive. And at 170, there was a barrier broken in my mind. I never forgot that to this day. 170. Something happened to me. And I realized there was life after 170. Wow! Man! 185, man, I'm flying. Shoo! I said, can I go more? He said, go ahead. And 190, shoo! I said, can I go? He said, go ahead. 200, man. I'm sitting there going, yeah. He said, now we're driving. My life has changed that day. No more barriers in my life. There was a point where I had to break it. That's why you're here this week. I'm going to take you to that point. You got to break it. There's life after your job. There's life outside your career. There's life beyond the pulpit. Don't let the pastorate become your cage. There's life beyond your employment. You gotta break it. You're a leader. I call it unreleased potential. Driving at 50 with a car of 150. See, you think you're doing well until someone passes you. I thought I was doing well. The guy passed me. I said, excuse me. Tonight, I am the German sitting in the passenger seat. That's who I am for you right now. And I'm here to tell you, go for it. Go a little faster. Break it. That's who I am. I'm the guy sitting on the passenger side saying you're going too slow. You could do better than this. You're a leader. I hope that this first night will cause you to think about your own limitations. Because that's you. The Creator is the only manufacturer I know who hides a man inside a boy. He hides a woman in a girl. He doesn't create women. He hides them. He doesn't create men. He hides them. I wonder who's trapped in you. I wonder if we'll ever meet you. I guess the graveyard will get it. Today I look at myself in the mirror and I kept thinking, that was on the floor with the mosquitoes and the roaches. I wonder who's sitting in your chair right now. You're a leader. Can you see yourself? You know why you're still alive? Because the manufacturer ain't satisfied. He's bored. He's telling you, you've not shown yourself yet. Show yourself. Let me close with these statements. Write them down, please. You were born to lead, but you must become a leader. That's the purpose for a seminar and a conference. I'm not here to make you leaders. I am here to expose you as a leader. seed is a tree, but it must become the tree. And that's the way you are right now. You are a great woman, an awesome man, but you must become. It is my passion, my hope, my anger that no human being die until they are manifested. Let's meet you before you go. Let the world see who you really are before you leave us. Show us yourself. Show yourself. You could run the race. Running the race of life is not about beating people. It's about releasing yourself. That's why great leaders never compete with anyone. They are in competition with themselves. They try to see how much of themselves they can release tomorrow. It's leadership. I will never compete with you. I'm too original.
Come on now.
Repeat out loud, please. Go. You were not created to lead people. Number 2, read. You were created to lead in an area of gifting. Number 3, read. True leadership is born when your gift is discovered and served to the world. Number 4, read. The value in each human is the gift they were born to deliver to humanity. That's you. There's something you carrying that we need. I told you that leadership is not about people following you. It's about you discovering yourself, your gift, and then serving that to humanity. Leadership it's like a tree. You know, a seed becoming a tree and then bearing its fruit. You will never find a fruit tree bringing its fruit to you. That's good. I'm giving you the greatest secret of leadership right now. Leaders don't seek followers. Followers are attracted to leaders, just like you are attracted to the tree's fruit. When you go to a fruit tree for the fruit, you don't go for the leaves nor the branches. What do you go for? The fruit. And that's why no one's following you yet. Because you're not manifesting your gift. Before I leave this city, by tomorrow night, I'm going to help you find your gift. Because when you find your gift, they will find you. And then they'll pay you for it. They will follow you for your gift. I'm talking about your gift you're supposed to give to humanity. The greatest statement I've ever heard about gift and leadership is this. For I did not come to be served, but to serve myself, a ransom for many. That's why we come to him. If you want to be ransomed, you come to the tree. I serve myself, he says. That's why the greatest leadership in the world is to become a servant. Get it? It doesn't mean you are a slave to people. You are a slave to your gift. You serve it. But if you can't find it, you can't serve it. Therefore, you become employed. Tonight is the beginning of change for you. I came from around the world to talk to you because the Creator is ready for you to manifest yourself. What a meeting we have these next 2 days. You're going to meet the most important person you ever met in your life. You're going to meet you.
Thank you once again for listening to this message, as we hope that it has been a blessing to you. Our goal is to show you new paths and opportunities so that you can discover your purpose. It is your love, support, and partnership that makes Monroe Global possible. Please visit us online at www.monroeglobal.com for more product, partnership, or to join us at one of our live events around the world.